Recording in progress.
Okay, it looks like we've got everybody, but Art's not quite here yet. Oh, there he is. He's connecting right now.
Hi.
Okay, it looks like we're all here. So let's start our meeting. So Gerald, did you have a public comment or a comment on an agenda item tonight? Gerald? I'll move on. How about you, Usha? Did you have a public comment or a comment on an agenda item?
No, thank you.
Okay. Gina, did you have a public comment or a comment on an agenda item?
No.
No? Okay. David, did you have a public comment or a comment on an agenda item?
No, thank you, Catherine.
Okay, so hold on. We got people coming in. Somebody at 8381, last four digits. Can you identify? That's you, Gerald.
That's
okay.
I'm in there twice, so I
Okay.
don't have a comment. at this
Okay.
time.
And somebody whose last four digits are 0481.
That's me. I'm Kathy. I'm just here to listen to see what was decided on the senior Social Security, senior discount for the MUD.
Okay. Okay. So have I missed anybody? Because it sounds like nobody wants to make a public comment or a comment on an agenda item tonight. Okay. Well, then I will go ahead and close the public comment section of the meeting, and we will go immediately to agenda item number 2, which is report from the bookkeeper. Take it away, Michael.
I'm not used to it being so early in the order. All right, let me share my screen if I can. And there we go. All right, I am sharing the financials. Let me know when you can see it.
We can see it.
All right. Okay, so not much going on this month. On the tax collections, we continue to have good news. You're at 98.26% collected, more than 2% ahead of last year. So if you collect the same amount between now and September, you'll be above, as you did last year, you'll be at 99%. And obviously that is good news to know that after that 1 year shortfall that we seem to be online to be back to where we expected to be.
So let me jump in here real quick. Michael, do you have any ideas whether or not any of that 1% that we didn't collect on time last year has actually been collected?
I actually, that's kind of like the third line here, the prior year collections. And you can see that it was a kind of a strange year. We got a decent amount in October and November, and then a big reversal in December. And that reversal that you'll see that on old money occasionally, what the taxpayer is required to go ahead and pay the full amount, but his protest may end up being successful and he gets refunded. I think that's, I haven't looked, I can't look at the individuals on this. I'm just seeing the lump numbers. I think it's more a coincidence that the two of those 2 months in October and November are cleared out mostly in December. But for the year, you've collected next to nothing from prior year if you add it all together. So in terms of that, your question, is the district, recouping more of that? The answer at this point seems to be no. The people that hadn't paid, more or less, still have not paid. And I'm not sure, what the situations on those individuals are, because again, we get this information at the lump, at the district level as opposed to by county than the individual level.
Do we run like an incident report of the case? It's actually for the non-payments? I mean, do we write them off? How do we do it accounting wise?
Oh, well, let me go back to that page. The tax office, has everybody on there, and they don't write anyone off. If they write something off, it's because of, a protest, or, eventually it's proved that entity wasn't taxable, perhaps, which occasionally happens, rarely. And so we don't write it off. Eventually it will get collected, if only when the property changes hands. Because at that point, typically, either the prior owner needs to pay or the new owner basically has to clear the taxes in order to clear the title.
Okay.
So in the end, the district gets its money. What's the question?
So they put a lien on the property until the taxes are paid. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's exactly a lien. There, I know there are tax liens. I'm not sure that the tax off. Yeah, I guess that's effectively what it is. But that's part of the clearing the title process involves doing that. And whether that's technically done by a tax lien, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know. But effectively, that's the case. But these can sit out for quite a long time if they don't change hands. The main point for you is that traditionally this district collects about 99%, over 99% every year. We've had the 1 year where we didn't, but we're online to do that again this year. The presumption is that the old money will come in at some point, and that's just additional money plus penalties and interest at that point. And it's very common that the penalties and interest outweigh the actual tax value. Particularly the farther out it is. When it gets old, I can see by what tax year stuff is being paid. And so I can see, just how much penalties are on that tax year, and can see that, it's way more than the tax payment, sometimes overwhelmingly so if it's very old, 3 to 1 or more when it's very old. So in the long run, the district gets its money.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. All right, so moving on to the financials. You can see that the revenue for the month was about 14 better than budget. Water and sewer coming in better than the way that we projected out the year. For the year, you're on water and sewer 122, 123 over, which is obviously the great bulk of the 188 that you're over in revenue. And the rest of it's the property tax revenue. One of the things that, because you shortfalled last year, I lowered what percentage we expected to get. And since you're running at, what is your traditional level, you're way ahead of what I budgeted. Since I lowered that percentage a bit, the fact that you're on the same level means you're way ahead. So you're 45.5 ahead of budget. And expect that to remain the case as we move forward. We also we are showing the insurance reimbursements as an unbudgeted income item for 38,000. So that's putting you over budget as well. In terms of the administrative expenses, running a bit over budget this month. As always, it's legal, and then this month engineering. And for the year, the same deal, about 154,000 over budget. 137 of that's legal, and 20 of that's engineering. So that's the typical case on those. We'll need to think about where our budgets are, or how we're going to control those costs coming into the new budgeting cycle. In terms of the operation and maintenance, running about 8,000 over budget. Almost 15,000 of that is the bulk water and sewer purchases, which, since your revenue was coming in over, it's not surprising that your purchases came in over. And then the same thing for the year, about 92 more than what we budgeted, but your revenue is, in over 100,000 ahead of budget. So you're ahead net on that. And then on the system maintenance, these you're ending way ahead on budget, because these are, a lot of these are set in case you have a big ticket item. I haven't seen those. Again, we're coming into the summer. Maybe we'll catch up closer to budget, but maybe we'll end up with a significant surplus on system maintenance this year. And then the parks are all running very close to budget. For the year, Anderson Mill is over, and that's primarily because of actually it's under budget because we haven't done as much cap work as we typically do at this point. And then, as I said, the rest of the parks are all reasonably close to budget or under budget. And so that puts us for the year about 45,000 better than budget for the month. Sorry, for the month, and for the year about 234 better than budget in terms of expenditures. Bottom line, almost 60,000 better than budget for the month, and over 420,000 ahead for the year. So we're substantially ahead of where we expected to be, primarily because there's a lot of these capital outlay costs that we've discussed doing that they haven't occurred, and then, as I also stated, the system maintenance. One big ticket item is the biggest ticket item in terms of the budget of where you're ahead of budget is the 250,000 for meter replacement, and I believe Christie is going to propose that the district to go ahead and do 50,000 before the end of the year. So certainly you have the money for that. And then debt service, not much to say on this report. On the maintenance cap tracking, you can see that through April, you're about 39,000 ahead. That is that Inframark would owe you back about 39,000 if the year had ended at this point, because we just haven't done as much cap work as we typically do. Again, mention that 50K. I believe the idea is to run that through the cap, and that would draw this thing back closer to even as we move forward through the year. And then on the cash, you can see that text pool at 0.0102 is just hovering down there. I track that. Take a look. It's quivering. Doesn't seem to really moving either direction right now. We keep waiting for things to turn. We're now into June, so well past the point when I a year ago thought I knew what might happen at this time of year. So I'm not, again, as I state every time, I don't try to predict the future, and it's a good reason. It's a good idea that I don't, because I've never done it well. Operating, you have a little over 3 million, 3.5 overall. You're in great shape to make your next bond payment already, even if you didn't collect any more tax money. Continuing to trend on your cash flow, the operating fund, the blue line, is above the black 6-month reserve line. It'll draw down closer to it, but we expect to be well north of it by the time the next tax money comes in. And then our operating fund balance, we originally based on the budget forecasted to be end of the year a little over 2 million. Right now we're forecasting to be at 2.3 million, and it may well be better than that depending on what if the actual trends hold, and you are running better than budget as you have done thus far. You could end well north of this mark, be much better off. But this is based on the budget, which is pretty conservative, expects that you'll have heavy expenditures, particularly in like system maintenance and all, as we move through the summer. If that turns out not to be the case, you can do better, but that's what we're projecting at this moment. And then we have the check register, payment register. I'll run through it quickly. We'll come back to it, but a couple of quick things. This check 6036 last month, we used the wrong balance on the City of Cedar Park check, so we voided that one and corrected it. That's what that's showing. And then just trying to see if there was anything I had to mark as exceptional. Will comment, the 5274 to the Central Appraisal District. These are your quarterly tax assessment fees. So the Travis ones took a little while to get to us. So we've got those ready to process as well, but didn't have them in the packet. And the Infomark check 5275 showing all of the credit memos, a total, the 796141 total related to invoice 1132089. This was back from January, so finally getting that, all of the credit memos in and getting that cleared out. And that was it. So the total right now is 356,126.86. Like I said, we'll come back to that. Let me just run through the rest of the report. We've got our tax transfers for the month. We have our operating transfer from tax pool into the checking account. And then we're continuing to track the open records request. A few months back, the amount had dropped into the 3,000s, and I thought that was a trend, but we bounced back up. So we're at 59,000 through the year. And then the do not exceeds, no activity on the detention ponds phase 3. On the parks beautification, no change from the report last month. There was a little activity that hit in May. So that's reflected here. It was, which item? Oh, the Parks Master Plan, I believe, was dated May. So, but like I said, this was exactly the same amount that was reported to you last month, because this piece of it is on a cash basis. So we capture the checks that occurred in the month that at the board meeting that I'm reporting. And so those checks, even though some of it was May activity, was paid at the May meeting. So the report reflected that already. Okay. So moving back to the check register, did we have any questions about anything? Linda, did you have any comments or questions?
I have quite a few minutes.
All right.
I've marked the page numbers to make it clear.
Okay.
Check 5262 to Bickerstaff, Heath, and Delgado. It's $4,040 of that check are miscategorized as open records expenses. They're not. Those are expenses that Bill Flickinger incurred when he asked that law firm to write the district directors an email. So that's probably better categorized as legal expenses.
Okay. And I've got that down, check 5262, Bickerstaff, reclass portion to legal. Okay,
I think it's more appropriately classified as a legal expense,
right,
definitely not an open records expense.
right. And
Okay.
so that will lower the fact that I was commenting that the open records request amount seems to be high. Part of that is that we have something on their invoice that was not open records. Okay, I will do that. I'll re-review that invoice. And did you have the amount that you thought was misclassed?
Yes, I did add it up. It's 12.8 hours worth of time, and the total amount was $4,046.
$4,046.
Yes. Now,
Got
let me
it. All
say
right.
that the total amount of that check is just fine. I just need you to
Yep,
recategorize.
reclass that 4,000. Yep, I'll review that. And if I disagree with your number, I'll get with you and we can, huddle about that. But I'll walk through and see if I get the same total of hours as you do, or at least know which ones you're talking about. But if I get to the same amount, then I'll just reclass it.
Okay, that's
Okay.
fine. Then on check number 5267, that's Gray Engineering. We're missing the additional service form for developing the mission statement.
Didn't we direct him to do that at a board meeting? Wasn't that something that we talked about doing in a board meeting?
I think that must have been something that you guys discussed in your infrastructure committee meeting, but it's not an approved project. And so it would be an additional service.
That had been requested at the board meeting to put those, to come up with that, to define what the infrastructure committee was doing.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting that the work isn't good. I'm saying that it's an additional service.
Right, but because it was a directive at a board meeting, I guess what I'm trying to understand is, Bill, if it's a directive at a board meeting, do we still need to fill out the form? That's what I'm trying to understand.
I don't recall the exact discussion at the board meeting, but we amended Herb's contract, his firm's contract, to allow for work to be approved at a board meeting without a proposal. I just don't remember exactly how we addressed it at the meeting.
Yeah, because we've got, what is it, what is this? This is a mission statement. And then the other thing that we've been talking about is that there was discussion about coming up with a 5-year engineering
CFP.
plan. Yeah, engineering plan, just the way we've got a 5-year, parks plan we're trying to develop. So I guess the question is, do we need to have an authorization to work on those projects?
Again, I'm not sure. Do you know what meeting it was, Herb, that we talked about? Was the last regular meeting?
It was a couple of meetings ago. It was in the winter.
Yeah, the
In the
issue came
winter.
up that we needed to
In the
have
winter.
that.
It came up a couple of meetings in a row. I remember that. It was Linda was really continuing to ask, what is the infrastructure? And there wasn't anything written down, I think, is what it finally came down to. And that's where it evolved.
Actually, I was asking for the infrastructure plan, but I like the idea. Catherine, it would be really simple just to create a project for these things. And then he could have a place to charge his time that wouldn't look like an additional service.
Okay, yeah, and I'm cool with that, but I guess that gets back to, because it was discussed in a board meeting, and I sort of took that as a directive that we were supposed to work on. I guess we still need to go ahead and create a project line for it. Is that the best way to put it, even though it was a directive?
Here for Herb and his team to be able to track their time for those administrative functions, if he has a place to charge it, or if it's under $1,000 a month, you can do it as an additional service. I think it's
I like having a project because I don't know from month to month whether or not I need to fill out the form. So, I'll be honest, I'm being lazy.
Then I think probably the sake of ease would be a project.
I agree. When we've got, issues with vendors where we're working on things where, sporadically, we start it, we drop it for a couple of months, and then we come back to it. I think that's the easiest way to handle it.
Probably easier to track too.
Oh, yeah. So,
For that one, Catherine, if the infrastructure committee wouldn't mind just submitting a form for this, that it's the start of his project and then he'll go ahead and do another project.
okay, so let me write that down. So I'm going to do two of them then. I'm going to do one for, what are we calling this? We're calling this the mission.
The mission statement, don't
Yeah.
do the other one in this batch of invoices because he doesn't
No.
bill any time for an infrastructure plan.
Okay, but we're going to need to,
Have a project for it.
yeah, we're going to need to have a project for it eventually. Yeah.
All right.
Okay, I'll take care of that and send that on.
Checks are these again? These are the 5.8, the two bottom ones, 5.8541? Is that what they are, Michael?
Sorry, could you repeat that question?
What checks are these or
Oh, this is
is
just
it 5.8541 and 5.8545?
5267.
Yeah, the one that I've got up in the screen.
It's a
Looking at it, I
piece of
can't
one of
find it.
those projects, but I couldn't tell you which one.
Okay, hold on.
The
Maybe I
special
got that.
projects. It's a piece of a special projects. You see how that,
Oh,
how
there it is. Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha.
3 special projects, you don't know what's what. But I think Catherine understands what needs to happen to smooth this
Yeah.
out. So we'll
Yeah.
just move on, okay?
Yeah.
On check number 5268, Michael, it's on page 107 and 108 of your report.
Yep.
They charge tax again, but this time you didn't break it out. In order for me to track the eventual credit of the tax, it would be helpful if you break it out every time.
Okay.
We're talking
That's a
about
good
the
point.
Hughes
Yeah.
network.
Network, yeah.
Yeah, Lee's working on getting them to get that corrected.
You told us last month, and that's fine. I knew to expect it. What I wasn't prepared for is that you didn't break out the tax. And that's how I'm tracking when it comes back.
Right.
And can I ask, is that reservation system fee for the tennis court key cards?
Yes.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, because this is for the satellite over at Anderson Mill West Park, correct?
But it's the satellite that is
Yeah.
securing the gates and the key cards that open the gates?
Yes, so it's because we don't have hard line
Yeah,
between,
sure.
between the two
Should that
parks.
be charged to the parks?
Yeah, well, it could be. That would be another way to, code it, but we don't have a GL code that's just for the tennis courts themselves, other than the line that is for cap work on the tennis courts. That's one of the things I want to address in the budget coming up this year, is to set up GL codes for all of those items, like the parks and all, that do not have a repair and maintenance or an expense line that is not cap related. Because there is always some work that is cap related and not cap related on them in the course of the year. And I don't have an effective way, or at least against a budget to track. And so that's one of the things when we're building the budget for this next year, I'm going to propose that we add codes for those and then generate appropriate budgets for them.
Perfect. Not even that it would need a separate budget, but if we wanted to capture how much did we spend this year in parks, I would like that amount as well.
Yep.
So,
and I do want to note that typically on sales tax refunds like this, the entity will go back, and it depends on the entity how far back in history they go, but they will. It's typical that they just don't just stop. They will actually do research and then reconcile. Again, that depends on the company. I've had some go back 5 years. I've had some go back a year. But it is typical that once they recognize that that it is a tax exempt entity, that they'll roll that back and they'll refund a surprisingly large amount sometimes. No promises.
At $1.71 a month, it's not going to be a large amount, but any amount back is better than no amount.
Right. Yeah. But the key is that these companies have to protect themselves on the sales tax. And so some of these entities, it takes a while for them to run through this process to dot all their I's and cross all their T's, precisely because they're concerned about a sales tax audit coming in, and then they have to pay the sales tax plus penalties and interests. And the state is very happy to make that an arbitrarily large number. So some of them are very wary about this. So the process can be a little slow. But we are working it.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Let's move on to check 5271. That's
All right.
page 113, the irrigation repair. Can you tell us where that was? It's not on the invoice. Was it in a park?
That's one. What they do is they do an inspection, and then they find see areas that need to be corrected, and then get approval and then get that done. I don't have that myself. That would be something that Mackenzie or Lee, I assume, are supposed to get from them. But we could definitely get Sunscape to get those. This is kind of a thing that I have across districts, and it's across different landscapers that they don't always send that back up with the invoice and give me information about where the repair was and what it's for. So I'd be happy to kind of, stress that point again with Sunscapes.
It's important though that we know that, because if it is a repair in a park, it could go against the cap, right?
Well, it wouldn't go against the cap unless Inframark was doing the repair.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well,
yeah. But in terms of, I know that's something that you're thinking about often is you're identifying to see is this a recurrent issue at the same place? Is it maybe time that this particular piece will save money by replacing it? Those are all the kind of things that getting this kind of information so that we have, a history that we can draw upon so that we can make maybe better management decisions than perhaps the landscaper is as they're just dealing with issues as they come up. Right. Yeah, it's important that we get that information. So making a note about getting the irrigation repair backup.
If we can figure out where invoice on page 113, it's number 11027, where that repair was made. And thank you, because that's exactly what I was thinking. Just, you must be reading my mind. And then the last thing I have on that invoice is on page 116, and that was the tree and stump removal on cottonweed. I cannot be 100% certain, but I thought we had a not to exceed amount on that tree. And I thought it was $700, but it may have been $1,000. This charge is over $1,000.
Are you sure that you're not thinking about the one on Old Mill?
I could be. That's why I'm asking Michael what the not to exceed amount was for the tree on cottonwood.
Yeah, and I don't have that in front of me, so I'm not sure. I did want to pass on, Lee has pointed out to me that the irrigation repair was on the Garden of Wild Things.
That's in a park.
The Garden of the Wild Things at Anderson Mill West Park. So
now, there's probably nothing we can do about that now, but that's something to think about when we do the next budget. I'm looking for a GL code to capture that.
Right. And kind of going ahead and asking that question, were you thinking of having irrigation lines for each park, or are you feeling that, a line for irrigation repairs at each park? Or were you thinking that that irrigation repairs would be part of a park and maintenance repair line for each park having that kind of repair and maintenance line for each park for non-cap related articles? That's what I'm thinking. And I'd be happy to code this irrigation under there. But if you felt that needed to be separated by park, obviously we do that. It's just, adding a lot more lines to the budget. That'll be small. So.
Yeah. And if you had it that way, and if it ever became necessary to see, well, gee, we keep spending $5,000 every month at this park, what keeps breaking? We could look into greater detail about what that repair was. But I do think that just a repair and maintenance per park that's
Right.
not Infomark related would help track those expenses.
I agree.
So we'll move on. I'm not suggesting not paying the Sunscape check. I was asking about the not to exceed amount on the cottonwood tree, but the tree had to come down no matter what, but we should be, we need to have a better track of the not to exceed amount things. Anyways, the next one is check 5272. It's Touchstone. I was going to ask the committee that works with them the most if they received the status report that's due by their contract 3 days prior to every board meeting, the general board meeting. It's due to all directors. It's per their contract. Did anybody receive one? No. If you wouldn't mind, Megan, reminding them that that is a contractual obligation in their contract. And I haven't seen one since I started. So I would really like to see what those status reports contain. And if they're not doing them, then we might want to consider renegotiating their monthly base fee. I'm not suggesting not paying them. I'm saying they're missing a piece. Check number, moving on, check number 5277, Sage Management Services. This is the postage check for $300. This month, the numbers match. There's 110 letters. That's not an issue. 63 of them had grammatical errors. 30 of them had deed reference errors. I'm not a decision maker on this board, but I would never pay someone for that many mistakes in 110 letters. Check number, oh, and I wanted to ask about a note on the bottom of that particular invoice. And I did send an email to Diana this afternoon. I just don't have an answer, but perhaps the DRC committee can answer. On the bottom of that invoice is a note that says, pods and dumpsters, the month January 2021 through present on a separate invoice, but I've never seen an invoice for pods and dumpsters. So I asked Diana if anyone has guaranteed her payment for services with pods and dumpsters, which we don't even know what those services are. So Catherine or Beth, do either one of you know what that's about?
Okay, I'm no longer muted.
She's talking about January, so it's not something I can just say that I know what that is from January. I'm gonna have to research it.
It's January through May. There's a line for each month since January that there's a separate invoice for pods and dumpsters.
I don't have a recollection of that. I do have a recollection of seeing the thing on the invoice, but it didn't have any money associated.
No, there's no money associated. It's like there's something coming in the future. It's on page 134 of the bills and invoices, Catherine, if you want to look at that invoice. I would like to know what that is all about. And if there are records involving pods and dumpsters, I would like to see those records as well.
Okay.
Okay. Check number 5280 to Infomark.
Right.
Hold on, I had to do this one separately because I have a whole separate file of Infomark invoices that I'm working on. The total of this invoice was $11,551.38. And here are the things that I found that need attention or at least an explanation. Work order on page 145. The work order number is 2446965. The category on the work order is general repairs of an asset at a detention pond. But the field comments say the basin was full of vegetation and debris and they cleaned it out. Well, vegetation and debris is not an asset, so that category code is incorrect. And it matters because The description of cleaning the detention pond is also a billable service, but the record keeping is incorrect. And when we're tracking for budget purposes, the categories must match the work. It's an audit finding as well when they don't. Being able to follow the money and track assets, age, installation dates, service dates, etc., requires accurate bookkeeping. So that just needs a category change, Michael. The amount is fine.
Okay, Megan.
I'm actually believe that it's coded correctly on your financials. I believe what you're pointing out is that it's that they utilize the wrong asset on our internal structure, but I believe I have it billed correctly. I'm pulling that up right now just to double check though.
35. And I may be calling the field wrong. It's called, the field that's not correct is activity code / description. It says general repairs of an asset at a detention pond.
Right. Yeah. And I understand what you're saying. What I'm saying is that it's a detention pond expense, and I believe that's how I coded it. And so that's what I'm checking to make sure that the financials are correct.
There is, Michael, there is a code in the Infomark contract that's in the base fee that's called cleaning at a detention pond. Removing vegetation and debris from a detention pond is cleaning it out. Repairing an asset is something that stays with the pond. It's an asset. It has value. Debris does not have value.
If I could mention, so when we work on an asset, which your pond is an asset, we track all the work that we do on that asset. So that's why even cleaning of the pond, that's the main function of those ponds, is to clean them and keep them workable so that they drain properly.
That's right.
So
And
we code all of our maintenance that we do to that asset.
Christy, there is a code on page 12 of your contract that describes cleaning at a detention pond. That is the correct description for that work. I agree with you.
Okay.
That is cleaning out the detention pond, but there is a separate code for that.
But on your financials, it's in the right place, right?
I'm looking at the work order.
Right. So
yeah, I mean, the thing is that there are like 3 different elements here. One of what Christy is pointing out is that this is work that's at a specific detention pond, which we have set up on our internal system to track all the work that's related to that. What Linda's pointing out is that the contract set, language is that the specific kinds of work are, have specific billing language with them, as opposed to the asset language. I believe Christy's point is that we're tracking all of everything that occurs with that detention pond under, it's called an asset code, but it's not, it's not related directly to what Linda, is referring to as asset work.
I understand. I mean, an activity code between general repair and general cleanup is not that big of a deal. When I run the report for that asset, it's going to show me everything, whether it's cleanup, whether it's
not a repair. It's not a repair. It's a cleanup.
I don't understand what the big issue is, whether it's a repair or a cleanup.
Record reflect the work that was done. It matters to me. So just
okay. So do we need to take a vote on this, Catherine? Because it looks like she's trying to change how it's presented for them. So do we need to take a vote?
Record.
So the work has already been done. The work order has already been completed and been invoiced. The only way that I can go back and change that work order is to void it and recreate it. So I don't understand what the big concern is. It's recorded, it's in the right asset. It just seems like a lot of work to change an activity code.
Well, then may I suggest that it be done right in the future, because it is important that the record reflect accurately. That is important. It's
But
a
what
government.
Christie is saying is that it is being done correctly.
No,
And what
it is
you're
not.
saying, Linda, is that it's not being done correctly. So what I'm asking Catherine to do
She
is,
admits that it's not correct, but it would be a lot of work to change it.
I think that where we need to be focusing on is, at the end of the day, have we identified and tagged all the financial transactions to the correct asset? So when we take a look at how much money have we spent at detention pond A, have we identified all the money? In the end, I don't think we're going to care about the granular detail about whether we were cleaning it out or we're doing a repair. The issue is how much money did we spend at detention pond A?
Well, that might be your concern, but I care about the details. Now, if you don't want to change it, you don't need to change it, but don't ask me to not care about the details. I do. And that's why there is a contract that governs it. Let's move
Okay.
on, because it's
I
not
agree.
what we're arguing about.
I agree.
Okay, work order 2515677 on page 146. This is cleaning at a lift station. I asked that this be done last month. The work order on this work order to wastewater transport is not attached to this invoice. The activity code is cleaning at a lift station. That is covered under the base fee. It's a subcontracted service, which it was, to wastewater transport. And what Carlos did for us, and he must be our new tech or a tech, is he made the phone call to schedule the service. That's truly covered under the base fee, but when Infomark bills this way, they add 15% to the cost of that wastewater transport service, and the charge for making that service, or 15% to the work order or the invoice total. And then they charge for a phone call, and they charge us for Carlos's truck to make a phone call. That's not reasonable. That is taking advantage of a situation where people aren't watching, and that is not
Wait a
reasonable.
minute. Was somebody going to say something?
Christy, would you like to explain work order on page 146 if you can see these?
What I was going to say is, are we following the guidelines in terms of how the contract was written?
No, because cleaning a lift station is part of
No,
the base.
no, that's not what you're arguing about.
Yes, I am.
No, you're
There's a
arguing
charge-
about whether
There's
or
a
not.
charge for a phone call when it's covered under the base fee. That's
Yeah.
not right.
Catherine, I do agree with her. If we charge for setting that service up, we should not have charged for it. So we would have to
Okay.
give credit. I
Okay,
agree.
that's all I want. That's all I wanted to make sure that we all agreed on that. Okay.
Okay. So that credit, Michael, if you're keeping track, would be $23.23.
Yep, I've got the work order open right in front of me. So got it.
Okay, the next page, 147. This is meet or assist consultants or contractors at a lift station. That also is covered under the base fee on page 12 under operations at a lift station.
Which
So-
work order is that?
I'm sorry, work order
Which work order?
2539790 on page 147.
There it is. Okay.
I'm not able to see the work order. So what is the comments on that work order, Michael? Is it an electrician that's meeting there, or what are they doing?
Yeah, hang on. I'm pulling it up.
Does
All right. Assist Alterman with valve repair. And this was at lift station 1. LS meter assist consultants or contractors at a lift station.
Right.
And
That's billable. That's having a subcontractor come out and repair a valve or repair electrical. So that should be billable. It's not done with your dedicated staff.
yeah, and 9 hours of Jose and a crane truck. And 1 hour of Jose was overtime.
then I want you to take a look at page 12 of your contract under operations at a lift station, because there's no X in the billable field. So that
Well-
could be a mistake on that contract.
No, I mean, I can tell you that if it's something that's done without the dedicated staff, we have to bring an electrician and a subcontractor in to work at your lift station. That's going to be billable.
Okay, then I think that maybe
Service.
the problem with this is that the activity code is incorrect.
Well, they met and they assist at a lift station.
Then you need to check page 12 of your contract that does not allow for any billables under that category.
Okay. All
Okay.
right. Well, it is billable, so maybe the wrong activity code. Again, a wrong bucket.
Could be. Let's see. This one, I just wanted some clarification. It's on page 148. The invoice on 148. This one is another one of those subcontracted services. This one says purchased subcontracted services for a sewer system asset. The invoice is not attached. It's $5,520. And what I want to know is Infomark receiving a 15% overhead charge on this invoice?
Is that work order 2536955?
It is. And you'll notice there's no field notes on this, so I don't even know what this invoice paid for. It does not say.
A wastewater transport invoice, but I don't have that attached either. So that was not part of the backup that I was given. We've got it. I can pull it, but
Herb might know the answer to this one because this kind of goes with part of his invoices, and this might have something to do with that line jetting service.
Well, I'm sorry, what was the invoice again?
It's to wastewater transport in the amount of $5,520 for work done on April 27th. It doesn't tell us what kind of work it does. There's no field notes. It just says subcontracted services for a sewer system asset. And I know that the wastewater people were out here in April. On Tierra Blanca, I saw the truck. So is this the invoice that paid for that service?
That sounds like it, Linda, but really Infomark was behind all of that. But I believe that falls within the timeline of what Mackenzie had told me.
And about the right amount of money, 5,000, a little over 5,000.
yeah. And I've got the PO, our internal PO number on that 117948. So we can pull that. We have all the backup for it.
Okay. What I really want to know on this one is, did Infomark charge a 15% overhead fee for this invoice?
Yes, if we have a subcontractor out, we would charge the 15%.
So we paid Infomark $828 to call in this service.
Yes, that's what the contract states.
We really need to look at that. That's a lot of money.
There's a lot of administrative work to set the job up and to schedule it, to process the payment. We process the payment. So that covers the administrative cost of processing, setting up, and so forth.
I appreciate that, Christy, but I have to tell you that Herb charges for those same services too. Not as probably, I'm sure each of you do a little piece of it, but when we start adding up the cost of these services, they really need to be looked at closely. Everybody can't be charging to set up the same services, right?
Everybody needs their little piece.
Everybody's got their hand in it. Let's move
Mhm.
on to the next one. Investigate a water system problem on Courtney Lane. That's covered under the base fee, except for the 3 overtime hours being billed on this invoice. Everything else is covered under the base fee. So let me look at this one. I think there's a credit of $87 due on this one.
What is the work order number, Linda?
It's
Are you saying the utility truck should be credited off?
No, what's the
Because
work
that's what
order?
the $87 charge is.
Oh, hold on, wait a minute. This is invoice number 2517968.
Yep.
Investigation of a water system problem. It's covered in the base fee, other than the overtime hours. So the charge for the utility truck, the 3 hours, that was not overtime hours, so.
Actually, it shows that it was overtime hours,
Well, he
3
did-
overtime hours. That's why it's being charged.
Yeah, I see now that he did spend 3 hours of overtime. The truck, he doesn't put a yes in the overtime field, but because he was there, I get it. Okay, I get it.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. That probably should have had a flag on the truck. But since it's not a person, I guess they didn't really think about it as overtime.
Yeah, I see how that goes together. Okay,
Yeah.
that one's fine. That one's fine. Page 150, work order 2531819, investigate a water system problem. That's just like the one we just covered. This problem was on Peppergrass. The service is covered under the base fee and performed by the district tech. So I don't understand why. Is Philip still our tech?
Philip is, but he wasn't charged. It was Carlos who's being charged.
So why is Carlos out here when this service is provided by our tech in the base fee?
What's the work order number again? 253?
1819. And the field text says, or the field comments say, meter not spinning, no leak. Can't tell if he has a PRV or not. If he's one, it's buried. Philip K had to check the pressure because customer didn't want me there. Customer was rude and making racial comments to the tech. Service business is not always pleasant. So the service, my question is, if a tech is supposed to handle this and we have more Infomark people out here than the tech, is that what we're supposed to be? Should we be paying for that if the tech can't handle it? Christy?
I'm reading the comments to see why we would need to have a second person out there, but just looking at it from this standpoint, I'm fine with doing a credit on this one. So Michael, let's just make sure we credit this work order off.
Yep. And so that would be both Carlos's time and then the truck for
Yep.
2175. So 5370. And that's actually the whole invoice, right?
Right. Because it's a base fee service.
Yep.
Okay, next.
That's all I had for that was the only work order that was submitted this month. I came up with a total amount of credit, $1,529, but I think Christy was going to check page 12 of their contract first. So that's just my notes for this one. When you guys figure it out, let me know and I'll adjust.
Right. And I've got notes about the 2 credits that the amounts that I know were, Christy said we need to roll off. So we'll verify the rest of it and then get those credits done. And so obviously this check needs to be held and actually voided because we'll need to put credits on it. So.
Sounds good.
So I don't understand, if we're going to do a credit memo, why not just pay the invoice and we credit to the next invoice?
Well, we could certainly do that, but the downside to that is demonstrating to the board that in fact all the relevant credits on the particular invoice have been applied correctly. That has been a process so far. And the fact that we have taken to not, to doing it the way that, I was saying, which is that we void this check. And then when we get all the credits in hand, apply them, then the board, there's no questions asked. They can see that everything on that has been done. And that it's, that we're not still hanging fire on something. And then confusing the issue on the next invoice where there may be credits that need to be issued.
So
Michael?
oh, go ahead, Beth.
I just want to know, how long is that going to take to do that? Because I hate when we're not paying people on time. It
Well,
really,
Well, I mean, then that's on us to make sure that this happens. It should be by the next board meeting, no questions asked would be.
Well, okay, well, that was my next question is, can we get, can we get this resolved so that we can sign the check next week?
Or perhaps as much as early as next week, depending on,
Yeah.
how we can push this through. Right.
Yeah, I think that you should be able to do your debits and credits so that we can reissue this check next week. And so Bill,
Well,
let's put.
we'll try. I do want to state that internally it's a whole process. There's a lot of people that have to review and sign off on it and make sure that everything is right from that perspective. So it's not as easy as back when, I could just, credit things, but not that we'd ever do that on Infomart, but so that, that's the,
If it can't,
hopefully we can push this through that quickly. Obviously we would want to. And because I know Christy is frustrated when stuff sits out for a long time, so we will definitely try to make that happen.
Michael, what is the total amount of the check to Infomark this month?
This particular check is $11,551.38.
Okay. We'll have it straightened out by the next meeting.
There you
Yeah,
go.
the meeting a week from today.
Yes.
Yeah, that's I think the way we should handle it.
And
Okay.
let me thank you, Michael, for keeping the credits attached to the same invoice, because if you don't do that, it is once again that ball under a cup, and trying to keep the accounting records together, it becomes almost impossible. Christy, how far has Infomark's auditors come in auditing your invoices?
They're actually completed. I'm reviewing their work now. So it's, I'll take it to the committee. Is there a certain committee that wants to review that before we bring it to the board, or do I have to bring it to the full board?
I think you should provide it to the full board so everyone can see what your auditors found, and then we'll compare it to what I found.
Perfect. So if you guys are having a meeting next week, Wednesday, if we can put that on the agenda, we'll review it then.
Okay.
Michael, this just occurred to me as we were talking, and I should have remembered before, but I realized that Verdunity had sent a invoice early in June that wasn't included in the bills and invoices for $2,000. Did Mackenzie forward that to you?
Yeah, the Verdunity actually, I believe I answered this question, actually was paid before. Let me pull that up quickly, see if I can.
So there was the 4,000 that was paid.
Oh, you're saying there's one beyond that? Because that one I know about, the 4,000. Are you saying there's an additional invoice? Because that's not in my head right now, but I'm looking onto our system that remembers invoices for me, and it'll take a little bit, but let me double check and make sure that my memory matches the history.
Yeah, they had sent an invoice that included the 4,000 because they hadn't received the check yet. So the invoice that they sent was the 4,000 that we did pay, plus another 2,000 that we still owe them. And
okay, so we need to net that, make sure that we're not paying the full amount on that.
right.
Yeah, the only thing I have on the system was the original 4,000. So
Okay.
if there's an additional invoice, I don't believe I've seen it. Let me just double check in my invoice copies for basically that, or for that we have not yet done. Yeah, I don't see that in there, that I have that sitting in there to be processed. So if you could go ahead and send that to me directly, and then I can, make sure that it gets processed.
Okay. Is it possible to have that paid next week? Or
Sure, it's possible.
Yeah. Well, let's
Yeah,
plan. Let's
And,
plan.
I can say
doing
that probably likely. We had a little glitch in our payment processing system, Avid, earlier in the week where it wasn't batching correctly, so we couldn't, but they already resolved that issue and we're moving on. So we printed some checks today on another district. So no problems, should be fine.
okay,
As
great.
long as I get it, and then let them know that you want that paid, out of cycle, mid-period, and that's totally fine. We can absolutely do it. And the question then is, do you want that processed on the operating account, which would mean 3 board member signatures, or you want us to go ahead and process that on the manager's account, have the board approve it, and then we can go ahead and send it out? that's typically what we've been doing with checks between meetings. So that we don't have the issue of trying to circulate checks between the meetings as well as at the meeting.
All right. Well, I guess my 2 cents on that is that we're going to have to deal with that for the Infomark check next week. So we might as well have 3 people sign 2 checks.
Right.
And we'd
Okay.
like to see the invoice of what we're paying for.
Well, absolutely right. And one of the things that I do, no matter how something between periods gets paid, it ends up on the payment register for this next month, and is included in the invoice copies. I put the backup for that there as well. So it's always complete. Here's what you paid. And whether you paid it at the board meeting or earlier, here's what was paid since the last board meeting. So you always have a complete record of all payments by the district. And as part of the backup, all of the backup. So.
Okay. Yeah, that would be great. So I'll send it to you. So yeah, I'll send what they sent me to you. We may need to have them revise it because.
Yes. Yeah, I will definitely, it may well be that it's not in a format or, that we would want something cleaner or whatever. But I'll definitely, as soon as you get that to me, I'll be able to, see if I have any issues with it. And then, and you'll include contact information for them, right? Or it'll be on the invoice, right?
Yeah, and I'll actually just forward the email that they sent to me.
There you go. That's the best way. That way I have the chain and I have their email addresses and I can go straight at them if I have any issues.
Yeah, sounds good. Okay, thank you.
All right. So anything else?
Okay, so we need the magic number.
Oh, okay. So, whoops, I overshot. All right, so the magic number was 356, 128, 86. But we're subtracting the Infomark invoice for, my system's a little slower. There we go. For 11,555.31. So the net total is 344,577.48.
Okay, 344,577.48.
That is correct.
Okay, I move that we approve the check register in the amount of $344,577.48. Can I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, do we have any discussion? Well, let's go ahead and call the vote. Linda?
I vote no, and for the record, it is because there are too many mistakes in the check register to approve it until they're corrected or until the services are rendered.
Okay, Beth?
I'm going to say yes, but I'm going to do a Linda and say for the record, I am having a hard time that we took that $21 away for someone that wasn't feeling comfortable and asked for a second person to come out. I think that person should be paid for that. It happens. So that's just how I stand, but I'm going to vote yes.
Okay, Megan?
Yes.
Art?
Yes.
I vote yes too. Okay, what's next?
That's all I have.
Okay, well, you need to stop
Catherine,
sharing.
yeah, Catherine, before Michael leaves,
Yeah,
I just said, in our effort to limit the items that go on an agenda so we don't have standing items. This was really the first time that I cut back a lot of the manager report items. And so I also cut back some of the bookkeeper items, but I did leave a couple on there and I wanted to kind of go through them with Michael to see if we should keep them on there. And one of these might actually be Christie's too. The first one, 2A, was updates to the list of authorized persons on the Texas District's tax pool account.
Right, and that's actually a one-shot item here. I mean, might have to do it again in the future, but that was the other thing that I needed to address. One of the changes that we've been wanting to make for a while, since we've had our change in the accounting structure, and that I report to people, a chain up into Florida, is to get accounting people onto the text pool accounts to do the transfers and to authorize them to do the work that the accountants need to do. I'm on the list, but only to view items. I can go on and so that they have me on that list to do that. And that was one of the changes, to get me on the list to be able to do that, but also to get our, the senior accountants on the list, so that Christy, who right now has been doing all of that, is not first the only person there to do it, but also so that there's a backup and support, so that we have different people that can do it. So someone can be on vacation. I have to nag Christy all the time, no matter where she is, to get stuff done right now, and obviously that's not efficient. And so getting multiple people. And so let me share one more time, if I can pull it up. Hang on, let me get it.
So Michael, the bottom line here is we're removing me and adding on your staff so that transfers can be made, right?
Well, we are keeping you on it as a backup just in case, but we're adding the 3 accounting people that should be part of the process. And let me go ahead and share.
You just need authorization to change the signers on the text pool accounts, correct?
Right. And so this is to primarily, the biggest part of this is to actually do the transfers, but it's also the ability to pull statements. So let me just walk through who we're adding. Tremaine Easy, who's the accounting manager, she's 2 steps above me and reviews everything on your district. Priscilla Lenzen, who's a senior accountant, she's my direct reviewer and reviews everything on your district. And then Stephen Bloom, who's the finance director, he's the big boss of the entire accounting department. And all of them are highly experienced people with a lot of experience in this, who are all completely trustworthy. We're keeping Christy on, as a backup. Don't expect to be using her at this point. And then on the bottom here, they're putting me in to designate it only on an informational basis, for, in an inquiry only basis, and cannot perform transactions. They have that italicized. And then in addition, they're asking one additional person, Susan Lopez, who assists me in quite a lot of things, to be able to do that, mostly involving banking. To be able to go and pull down statements. Again, that's all it is, the ability to look on the site and to pull down statements, so that we can get the statements immediately at the beginning of the month and not wait for them to be mailed and hope that they'll be mailed, because it has become complete potluck lately about whether we actually get the physical copies coming by the mail to our office. So this will get us up to date, so that the 3 people in the accounting department above me that should be doing this are doing this. And again, we're still keeping Christy on, someone and trust, and I'll be on in a limited capacity in order to be able to do my part of the job. So were there any questions about this?
Well, I guess my question is, do we need to, have a motion and approve?
Yes.
And then somebody from, I'm about to sneeze here, then somebody from, then I need to sign the form? Is that what needs
Yes,
to happen?
and so
Okay.
we'll need the president and the board secretary, board president in the signed area here, and then the board secretary to attest it. And so, this is, TextPool really wants to be sure that this is exactly what you're doing. So this is part of their process to make sure everything's secure.
And it does require a motion, Catherine.
Okay. Does somebody want to make a motion?
I make a motion that we allow the Infomark employees identified on this form the authority in the text pool account as described by Michael Luft.
I will second that. And do we have any more discussion about it? And I guess maybe my question is do we have other accounts where we need to make this kind of adjustments?
We're going through all the accounts and we're reviewing that. Right now we have what we need, but we may on your checking account at Bancorp South, but we may readdress that and come back to you with that. But this was primary text pool. That's really the big ticket items. That's where your bond payments are going to be paid out of, and we want all of that process to be as smooth as possible.
Okay. Well, I'll go ahead and call the vote unless there's any other comment that somebody wanted to make. Okay, so Linda,
Yes.
Beth,
Yes.
Megan,
Yes.
Art,
Yes.
and I vote yes too. Okay, Bill, what's the next one you wanted to ask about?
Well, I kept, Michael, I kept the review of the current not to exceed expenditures.
Right. That's part of, I'm presenting that as part of the financials. It's good that I think you want that still there, but
Okay.
I'm going to still do it as part of the financials, whether it's on the agenda or not.
Right, but I think the reason we had it specifically noted is so that it would be not only in your report, but the board would have an opportunity to look at it. And then the third one, quarterly investment reports. Now, that was a standing item, and I know that only comes up, every quarter. So should I, and I guess I'm asking Michael and the board, should I leave it there as a standing item or just put it on if you ask me to put it on? I don't want to miss an opportunity to approve a quarterly report and bump it for a month, but again, we're trying not to have standing items, so that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, and my input on that would be, you certainly could set it so that it's the month after the end of the quarter. So in April, July, October, and January, those would typically be when it's done. But every once in a while, it has to get bumped. We don't have the information we need by the time of the board meeting. And I can't see that happening very often, but that would be the only reason to keep it on, because then you don't have to worry about it. It's always there, but whatever you guys think is most appropriate.
I would prefer not to have to,
Yeah.
I prefer to not to have my office, track the calendar and insert it. I would prefer either it stay on as a standing item or that, Michael, you let me know when you're going to have one and I'll put it on the agenda. So I guess I'll leave. Does the board have any comments on how they like to handle that?
I vote to let Michael tell you when to put it on the agenda.
I was going to vote for just leaving it on the agenda all the time.
Well, Michael,
I don't get a vote, so.
Would you provide us every financial report you give us has investment information in it, does it not?
Yeah, but it's not the quarterly investment report, which is one particular report. So.
Does anybody else have any suggestions?
Yeah, does somebody weigh in on what's your opinion on it?
I think Michael should tell us when he has something to say about an agenda item.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was just being lazy there. It's easier if it's just always on there. But I agree. I should let you know that it's coming. So I'll make a note about that.
Okay.
All right. So Michael, it's going to come off. It's going to come off unless you tell me to put it on. Okay?
Exactly. You'll need it on next month though, so don't take it off yet.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I think it needs to be there for next month.
All right, I'm going to put it on next month and then it'll come off again.
Okay.
Awesome.
Okay, so Michael, are we done?
I hope so. No, I mean, I love spending time with you guys.
Okay. So I guess we'll go on to agenda number 3, and Herb, you're up.
Let me find that unmute button. There we go. All right. The first thing we're going to do, I had sent out an email to the infrastructure committee. I think it was on Monday, maybe Tuesday. We're going to need to look at moving our meeting up to maybe the second Tuesday, if that works for Infomark as well as both committee members. You don't have to decide right now. It's just something we need to look at. The reason being, I'm not able to meet the agenda deadlines and packet deadlines. So a lot of times you end up getting an addendum from me because of me and my reports. So if we could bump it up to Tuesday, I'll have time to, that way the the agenda will fall in line with actually the committee meeting notes, if that makes sense.
Okay, so do you just want to make it earlier in the week or just pull the whole thing a week earlier?
No, I think just earlier in the week. Instead of
Okay.
the second Thursday, we do the second Tuesday.
Can do
Yeah,
Tuesday.
I don't have an issue with that. Yeah, so
Okay.
that's fine.
That way I
So
can
from
make,
going forward, we're gonna make it Tuesday at noon?
I'll revise the meeting invite. And then
Okay.
the only other thing is y'all can decide later if you want to meet in person or you at our office, or you want to just keep doing Zoom. Either way is fine for that. So we'll discuss it later. And that way I can make Bill happy and I don't have to look bad sending in stuff late.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been very, very difficult to coordinate with everybody on the agenda items. And on Herb's report, like he said, what we're trying to do is not have standing items, but have the items listed that he's going to talk about in his report. And fortunately, even though we kept the items from last time, it's not significantly different from the items he wanted anyway.
Yeah, it's close, but I think all of us would prefer it to be right. So we'll move that meeting and we should be able to accommodate that. So with that said, we're going to follow the infrastructure committee meeting notes instead of the specific agenda that's posted on the packet. On the first item that was discussed last week was Infomark reported an 88% water accountability. I believe there was some water line leakage that was impacting that this month. Christy, I don't know if you've got any input on that or not, but that's what I recalled.
I know that there was a couple, I'm sorry, a little bit of a delay. There was a couple of leaks that we repaired. So hopefully this next month when we catch up on the reading, we'll be back in line.
Okay.
I wouldn't be concerned unless we go 2 or 3 months, at a less than 90% accountability.
So we'll watch that and monitor that, see where it goes. The next item on our list was the budget for fiscal years 20 and 21. We did talk about the electronic program and about where they're at. I know that the committee had asked for some updates, and I don't know that there's been time to provide that on this short of notice, but specifically how many meters have been put in and how many are remaining, what kind of percentage all the way through the district. Part of that discussion is knowing that, such that when we get, I think the plan is, and this is more of an Infomark board item, but I think the discussions had been when the district has about 75% of the meters installed, the new meters, they were going to look at start activation process. And what came up in the discussion was the cost that would be associated with that. If we don't have a plan, then you right now you just have meter and installation cost. You don't have any programming to go back, any cost set aside to go in and put the antennas back in and get everybody connected up. I don't know what that cost is. Infomark doesn't know what that cost is at this point. We just started discussing that part. So I would anticipate maybe next month being able to have a little more clear information. It may be a number, the reason is it may be a number that you want to start building now because we're probably still a couple of years out to accommodate that. So that's just kind of an update on that part of it. There was also discussion, I think this will be more in depth as we get closer to the budget committees and budget talks. With every industry has seen a tremendous increase in cost of materials and labor. So that's also going to be looked at to see if that normal money that's set aside every year is sufficient, or do we need to increase that to accommodate some of those pricings. And again, these were just more discussion items that came up during the meeting than anything specifically planned. It was just realizations of items that we need to be looking at for the future to plan for. And along with that budget conversation was a discussion about the Hatch Pond lift station. That was previously estimated when we looked at that to be in the neighborhood of $200,000 to $250,000 for the construction cost. And that's just where it stopped. It's also one of those projects where, you know, it may be in the district's interest to start setting aside some money for those future improvements instead of just having to come up with that 200 right off the bat. If so, we had talked about the status of putting bringing, whether or not the board wanted to, for us to bring a proposal together maybe next month to be able to present for putting the contract documents, getting the design work, getting that end done. Oh, and while there's not an emergency to get it done. And then once all that's packaged, you can set it off. You can just basically set it on the shelf. And then when you have the resources to move forward with that work, then everything's ready to go. You have all your approvals and everything else in place.
Let me jump in here real quick. The reason that I brought this up in the infrastructure committee is that Linda and I have had a couple of really serious budget meetings where we're trying to look at long-term repairs that we know we don't need to do today, but we want to be able to have budgeted and have the resources available in the future. I'm anticipating that this is going to be a 23, 24 project. So that's why I'm interested in understanding and getting our reserves up high enough so that we can just take care of this in the future. So that's why I asked Herb to take a look at this.
Well, also too, remember, Catherine, if it fit, some of it at least, into the 22 budget, we could look at that as well, you know.
Well, I tell you, Art, there's an awful lot of pieces of a lot of things yelling for our money right now from a budgeting point of view. And just as an aside here, Bill, I would like you to put an agenda item for next week just for budgeting so that Linda and I can talk about all the things that we're seeing moving forward, some of the issues that we want to attack in the next 90 days in order to get the budget, to get our budget finalized in September. And so I want to have an item on the agenda next week to talk about those.
Okay.
And we're probably going to need to have it sort of be a standing item because things are going to start, coming through from all the other subcommittees, and we're finally going to get our numbers from the appraisal districts in terms of, what our appraised values are, et cetera, et cetera. So we'll have a better understanding of what we have to work with. But what I don't want to happen is that we get to the end and it's like we didn't talk about that, at the end. And I want to make sure that we talk about all of the things that are possible that we want to plan for in the next, for sure, the next 2 to 4 budget cycles. So that's where we're standing with this. I think, Herb, if you correct me, I asked you to send me an email, and I think you gave me a swag of about $200,000 to do this lift station upgrade, and it was going to take an entire year to do. From start to finish?
Yes, and I think that cost was between 2 to 250.
Okay.
And again, that was before all this other inflation stuff started hitting. But that, to really get a good number, you need a set of plans and you need some documents together in order to seek out some good numbers.
Okay.
But I think those are definitely good, safe numbers.
Okay. So at this point, I guess what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a motion that the board approve Gray Engineering starting the design process so that we have a better estimate in terms of budgeting, so we can budget for the repair or upgrade of this lift station in a future budget cycle.
I'll second.
Okay. So do we have any discussion? So I'm assuming, Linda, you got something, because, we've talked about this as something as sort of a long-term project.
It is. And I think there's just way too many unanswered questions to put Gray Engineering into the design phase of this at this point. Number one, we wouldn't be doing it anyways for over a year's time. It's not necessary. And number two, things change, technology changes. I have so many questions. Are you replacing the whole thing? Are you replacing one or both pumps? Are you moving the location? I mean, there's so many questions I have that before you start designing, I would like to better understand what the plan is for that lift station. So Catherine,
So
I would,
isn't that what the proposal's gonna do? I thought that
Right,
was
that's
gonna
why we have
identify all
Herb go
of them.
out there.
his proposal is going to cost money for him to come up with the design before we even understand what the plan is for the infrastructure. And I think we need to look at the total plan before we start sending Herb on tasks to make design plans.
Well,
That's commitment, and that's a lot of money for him to do that.
Well, is this really a design? Because Herb, when we talked about it in the past, because if I remember correctly, this particular lift station is what it's called a wet well, and so our repair costs are
Controls are gonna
always
be,
more expensive because we have to have multiple people out there because somebody's going down into a pit. And part of what we're talking about is bringing that infrastructure up higher so they're not going down into the pit. Is that what we're talking about?
Yes,
Yes.
what we'd reported before is part of this issue is one, the equipment that's down in the dry well. You've got a wet well where all the sewage comes into, and then
Okay.
you've got a dry well, which has all your controls and your pumps within it. Most of the repairs by the records that I've seen over the last few years have more to do with electronic issues than anything else. The pumps are pumps. I mean, nothing's really come up that would justify a replacement at this time for those. But because most of your work is related to the controls of either resetting alarms or resetting, replacing the switch, Infomark for safety and OSHA regulations have to have multiple personnel on site for one to go down. They have to be tied up to a hoist and everything else. So the discussion previously, when we looked at this as part of the previous project with this, of looking to see if this was a full replacement or not, really it boiled down to just bringing all of upgrading and bringing the electrical controls that are down in that vault and bring them above ground, so that now, unless you have a mechanical reason, you're not having to enter into that dry well anymore. You could do everything from the top instead. And that is where the number kind of stopped at. If you went to a full replacement, I mean, that's well over, I think that you'd be looking at $1 million by the time that was done.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking about that. I was really thinking
Well,
about.
we did when we did the evaluation. And
Okay.
what makes financial sense is just doing the electronics, basically the electronics upgrades and relocation in order for access and safety and the whole 9 yards.
Herb, I have a quick question for you. So then your design effort in here will be identifying the electronic components that need to be purchased in order to move this stuff above ground?
Yeah, part of the design, the electrical design of that would be a replacement of every component in there. Most of those components in there are 30 years old. And some of
he's
them
gonna provide a schedule
and
that
some
he
of them
could
you
give
might
us
have to have
of all the
Herb
parts
fix.
necessary.
One for
Right?
one, you have to go someplace, you have to go a different route in order to replace that equipment.
No, I actually like the idea of replacing all the electricals, because you're right, they do have the most failures on that lift station. So I guess the components of a lift station don't change much year to year.
No,
The
they
electrical
they
components.
change substantially as far as the communications, the features of the various switches.
Well, that's my concern with you starting the design too early, is if we don't do it for another 2 years, is everything you spec out today going to be valid 2 years from now?
Yeah, the year-to-year issue as far as technology goes, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that everything stays the same. But what I can tell you is whatever would be designed next year because it's going to take a full year, because we've got to go through TCEQ, and I mean, there's a full there's a whole lot of approvals that have to be done. But in order to do that, you're not going to see anything that would be drawn up and it would be next year,
Right.
to draw up anything. If you went into the 22-23 year in order to do the replacement, that equipment's not going to be obsolete. It's not going to be outdated.
That was my question.
Yeah.
That's what I needed to know. So Catherine, if we know, and he's telling us, he's given us the ballpark 200, 250.
Yeah.
We can actually accommodate that for budgeting purposes. And then maybe when the new FY starts, then set him to task to start the design and get the.
Oh yeah, and I'm cool with that. You know, I'm not saying that this has to start now. I really think that we should be taking on some of these larger infrastructure repair projects, because I'm gonna, you know, I'm like, what is that, like in my 6th year or 7th year or something like that. Every year that I've been on this board, it has been park improvements, fixing 1000 Old Mill. It's all been about, you know, beautification in the community. Now we have finished all of that. And I think it's really important that we start having serious budgeting, increasing our reserves to start being able to handle aging infrastructure.
Agreed.
And
I think we are in a position, as you just described,
yeah,
to now look at an infrastructure plan and then prioritize the work then. But we have enough information from Herb to start accumulating the money necessary for the hatch lift repair or replacement of the electronics. When we're in the discussion of your motion here, I'm just suggesting that he doesn't start that work until next year.
Yeah, and I don't have an issue with that. I just want that to be on the horizon, because I see it all as part of this longer term infrastructure plan.
So let
that
me
we
ask you a
need to have.
question. Right? Hey, Herb, this design proposal or where you're actually identifying what's going to be needed to make these repairs. All right. How long will it take you to draw up this proposal?
You know, I'm going to have to sit down with other staff. I'd say it's going to take at least a month to sit down and be able to work it in and get everything done. Just with other work. This wouldn't be the only thing I'm working on.
And here's my question was, when I was on that committee with you guys, we talked about this last year, you know, and I just want to make sure that we're not continuing to put this off when it's something that has been in the back of our heads for a while now, and I don't want to see it get pushed out even further. Does that make sense? Because it's something that we know that it's going to have to come up.
Actually, it wasn't on any kind of a meeting agenda or schedule last year, but nobody's suggesting that Herb is not going to have this project. And Herb, maybe that might be the first best step, is for you to just go ahead and set up a project for it. And then as we get closer to the budget season and get the infrastructure repairs prioritized, then you can be ready to say, okay, well, it's going to take me this long to do this one, and it's priority 1. I need to start here.
Right.
So don't we need a
No,
proposal
other
to
than
create a
listed-
project though?
And I want Art to say, because when I was on the committee, Art was on that committee as well, and Art is still on that committee. So Art, can you say what you're thinking?
No, I'm just saying, I mean, I like what both Catherine and Linda, this is for future, for the future down the road. And it could be
Yes.
23, 24. The question I have is, he put design in here, but it's really identifying all the elements and the equipment that we're going to need to make these repairs. So if we're going to start a project for this, I think he has to have a proposal done, correct? I mean,
No.
that's based on the scope.
He needs to have an authorized to work agreement, a project in his office that he can charge.
Right.
Okay.
Yes,
Right.
he does need that, but he's not going to do a proposal for anything yet because we don't have a budget for him to spend.
Okay. Now, the second thing I want to look for is, yes, this lift station is working right now, but if it comes down to it breaking down and these are the elements that we need to fix it, then, I mean, I'm not saying it has to be done next month, but I would like him to start working on it, you know, so we can go into the, because we're already in June. You know, July, we're already going to have our projects in for the next fiscal year. So I want some money allocated to this hatch lift station. That's
You do realize, Art, that there is no way that next year's budget can accommodate 250,000 for this.
No, I do realize that. I do.
So
But
there's
I'm just saying, it's a proposal. It's not a,
proposal. It's a design plan. It's a spec of the items that he needs in order to move those electronics above ground. It's just, it is a design actually, because he's got to identify where all the parts are going to go and how it's going to be put together. It is design work, but it's electronic design. And
I understand
not
that,
like he
Linda.
doesn't need to do it, but he's going to need a long time to do it. We don't have the money for him to start that project in full force. I mean, surely your overhead costs we could cover, but not the design work we can't afford. It's not in the budget. That's where a lot of the money's going to come, Art, is the design of that work.
I'm not following. What do you mean the design of the work? He's gonna submit a proposal. And in that proposal, yes, he does put design in this of the necessary reports, but he's identifying what we're gonna need. And
The proposal would be what he puts on the street to get the work done. What he's going to submit to us, and Herb, I assume your office does this, is the electrical engineering drawings of the improved lift station electronics that will be above ground. Am I right?
okay.
Yeah, that's part of it. Absolutely.
And that's
Herb, what exactly do you mean by this statement? Can you identify what you mean by this statement?
Well, what's
we
going to
can-
have to happen is we're going to have to verify what's in there, go through the pump system and schematics and all of that nature. Look at the newer equipment that's available today to see what makes sense to use there. Figure out a configuration to be able to bring that up above ground, build your panel boxes, run your electrical services. A lot of that stuff's going to have to be reset and rerouted. Pull all that information together in a set of plans that can be in the future bid and make sense. So and get all your
Okay,
approvals.
I got what you mean. So how much is that gonna cost? Your work to do this plan? That's what I'm asking.
I
Because that's
actually,
what I thought this was.
I tried to get a ballpark today out of David Gray. Because I knew that question was coming up. And really, until we get the authorization to move forward, he really doesn't, he didn't have the time to sit down and walk through all of it. So I don't even have a guesstimate on our fees today.
Yeah, because
Aren't you
I'm
surprised?
trying to make people understand that we're not going to commit the funds for this hatch lift station, but we need to get the setup done. We need to get the
Yes.
planning done for it. That's all we're doing.
We
And
need
Gray
the
engineering is the
requirements.
first step.
Yes. And I think it's
Catherine.
important because this is a safety issue, not just
Yes.
for the controls, but for people. We're putting
It
people
is.
down in there. We need to know what it's going to cost. And I
agree
think
that.
just asking for him to go out there to do that, I think that's something that we need to really consider so that we know what it's going to cost or an idea of a ballpark so that we understand where we stand. There's a lot of things that a lot of people want to do on different committees, correct? But this is one that really has to be done. So it would be nice to have a ballpark.
And it'll serve as a benchmark for all the other lift stations as
Yes,
well.
and it lets
you know?
people know that we're getting closer to making people safe out there.
He
So
told us.
Catherine mentioned that we're gonna have a budget item on next week's meeting. So Herb, do you think that you would have a ballpark for the budget item that we have on the agenda for next week?
I will try.
Herb, I want you to know
It's
that
a
I'm
Sorry,
number,
Herb.
it's a number I can't throw out there. I've got to get Mr. Gray's approval on that.
Herb, I want to be the one to say that I am perfectly content with your ballpark of 200 to 250,000 for this project. And I assume that includes your design work is in that number somewhere.
Yeah, I'm going to say that it's not in there. That's the whole issue.
It's not.
That's what we discussed previously, that does not include any of your soft costs that y'all are wanting to include today.
Okay.
That number
Yeah.
was based on the construction estimate, based
Yeah.
on the information we had at the time.
Then I take it back. I don't like your number.
I think that's what I was trying to make everybody understand. So, all
So
right.
can we
so-
take a vote? Is that what we need to do?
yeah,
Well,
we need to
I
take a
guess
vote.
maybe the question is maybe we don't need to, because I think what we really want is we really want Herb to be able to come back to us next week and give us a swag as to what the soft costs are going to be for the project. That's really what we want, because that's what we need to put in the budget for next year. Are we all on the same page?
Yes.
That if he says it's going to take me, 150 hours, man hours to do the project, then we can start understanding what we need to budget for.
Truly that. And Herb or Catherine, did you really mean for him to come back next week or next month?
Next
I'm
month
in-
is more reasonable.
Okay, you want next month? Okay.
Yeah, Herb doesn't come to the third meeting anyway. So
Okay.
the best he could do, if he has something to send it to the budget committee. and
Okay.
you might gotta talk about it.
Okay.
We
And by
have
then we'll be in July and everybody will have their budget items, their wish list into Linda and Catherine.
or to the
And we
board.
can-
We'll all discuss it. But Catherine, we know without Herb doing another thing, we know no less than 250, and we could add 20% on there and probably be somewhere in a real close ballpark.
I agree.
I'll
And
make a note so that
Yeah.
if Herb doesn't get it nailed down, we'll at least do 20 or 25% over his 250, and we should be pretty darn close.
okay. I'm going to go ahead and withdraw my motion then, because we'll take it up at the July board meeting. And because then we'll have a serious swag by then.
There you go.
Okay, so keep talking, Herb.
All right. Next on our list was the masonry repair over at Yaywall Creek. The contractor, obviously from last month, just was completely shut down with the rain. They're catching up a few other items and trying to work this back into the schedule to get over there and do the repair. So at this point, we don't have a date, but it's coming up. The
Herb, we don't have that on the agenda.
That's what I said. I'm having to follow the meeting notes because that's the reason we've got to move our meeting up. I can't get Bill stuff in time
Okay.
to get the postings right.
We don't have a start on it anyways, right?
We don't have a start. There's no action associated with it. It's just something that was authorized last month.
Okay.
And I wanted to give an update on that part of it. The MS4, as we reported, we did look this month. That's a quarterly item. So that will be adjusted as such with our regular agenda as we go forward. Because I'm going to be able to take our notes and provide Bill the agenda items to lay this out, and then we won't have any of this skipping around stuff. And I apologize. That's all on me. The Infomark the committee asked Infomark to start looking into the walls within the district that are needing power washing. It's been noted that a bunch of those stains are starting to show back up, and we need to start planning for that work as well. And then we're on to our items as far as the infrastructure. I think last month we called it a mission statement. It's really a committee responsibility outline of what the committee's responsibilities are, as well as projects, as well as budget, what the budget items that they're looking at, including the ones that need to be carried over from year to year or every 5 years to try to help better do that budgeting planning in the future. And then the next, and we do anticipate being able to have that finalized and brought to the July meeting. We'll wrap that up at the next infrastructure, hopefully, and be able to present what they came up with. And then the next item was our AWIA risk assessment. Of course, everything was filed and plenty of time previously. The only thing that was left outstanding is the emergency risk plan. We have completed the documentation on our end, but we need to get some information from Infomark that data has been forwarded out, and on their availability, they'll get us that information, and then we'll be able to complete that report and get it submitted as well. There's plenty of time on that. I'm not waiting on time. I just want to get it off everybody's plate. So it'll be soon. Next on our list that we discussed was the Madeline Loop sidewalk improvements. This is the one earlier in the year that we ended up, going to the state, getting an exemption for the work down within that channel. And then at that point, it kind of stopped. The original budget was $40,000. I saw through some of Michael's information, it looks like there's been 26,000 attached to that 40. So I don't think I really don't know how far back that goes. This project first started in 2016. So, there's that. Based on that, there's only 14,000 this year. So that number may need to be adjusted for the following fiscal year if the board wants to move forward with that project.
Herb, let me interrupt real quick and ask, is this the new construction in the Madeline Loop Pond, bringing the sidewalk all the way to Sunchase?
Yes, ma'am.
So since there's no construction that's been started, how did we spend $26,000?
Well,
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering too.
well, my assumption is that number goes back to 2016.
But we didn't when the first piece of sidewalk was built?
When Madeline, this came about when the phase 2 pond improvements, basically the Madeline Loop pond improvements, this is when this project came about. And at the time, because of what was budgeted for the pond 2 improvements, there wasn't sufficient funds to be able to make that connection, because we knew it was going to be an issue because of TOS, because of the accessibility, making it accessible. So that's why some temporary measures were put in there to not make it a trail, essentially. Over the years, we've looked at, there's been discussions of numerous ways to construct this thing, including switchbacks, there, as well as down within the pond to get up to the top of the berm where the DG trail is back in that corner. So, I mean, I really, that doesn't surprise me if that number goes back to 2016.
Okay, well, that's worth checking to make sure you have enough money to do that project. I will ask Michael, or unless Catherine or Art, you want to follow up on that?
Yeah, I want to follow up with this because I thought when we talked about this, that I thought that we had enough money in the budget to actually move forward for the remainder of this fiscal year.
Well, and another issue is the way that the board has decided to start looking at these budgets. The 40,000 was based on our estimates from a contractor, honestly, a couple of years ago.
Yeah,
So
it might be stale.
I'm not even confident today of that 40,000. Again, material costs are just going out the roof.
We might be better off to wait on that one because the material costs could have just doubled or tripled on us on this one.
Yeah.
And that again brings me to my concern about if you plan too far out, your budget won't do it because prices change, things change.
So do we have a design? Have we settled on a design on how to implement this project?
Yep.
Yes, ma'am. The plans are done. The plans are approved by the state. It's ready just to basically pull off the shelf and solicit some pricing.
Ah, okay. So what we could do at the very minimum then is get fresh pricing so that we can have it in our budget for next year.
Yes.
Okay.
If the
But
board
what would that involve?
wanted me to do that, I could get that done probably by next month.
Okay.
You're talking vendors and construction, all that?
Yeah, and find out what the construction cost. They're not going to give, I'm not going to ask them for proposals right now, but I'll talk to a couple of them and just say, hey, here's a set of plans. Take a look at it and let me know what you think.
And give me a swag.
Yeah, and that's really all I would do at this point, because I mean, even asking for a proposal, the proposal wouldn't be good by the time September or by the time October come around.
Yeah, we won't make it.
So it's too early. It's too early to get a proposal.
Is that because construction material is just through the roof? Is that why?
No, most proposals generally are only good for about 60 days.
Oh, okay.
And that's the number one deal right there.
Now, Herb, can you refresh my memory? You know, what were the materials that we were looking to do? Were we looking to do a switchback DG trail down and then down to the bottom?
Okay, I'm gonna start from Sunchase Connection, and that would be removing all of those rocks.
Yeah.
And we were
The
actually,
outcrop?
and yeah, take that outcropping out. We'd have to do some concrete sloped wall in there to stabilize the slope. We probably have and this is just from memory, but I think there's about 50 or 60 feet of that sidewalk that if we remove that existing sidewalk, we could do this without doing a switchback, which again, will save money and be an easier walk to be able to comply.
Okay.
And then from there, you go to the end of the existing concrete trail into the pond. And then from there, down in the bottom of the pond, we're gonna have to go concrete until we get back up to the top and across that outlet structure that comes into the pond.
Yes.
And then that piece we could tie in as DG back to where that turnaround is right now.
Okay. Well, the reason I was asking is I know that from a construction material point of view, that lumber has been just out of sight, but I'm starting to read that the futures markets for lumber are starting to come back down. But we're not doing any lumber in this project, it sounds like.
Oh, there'll be a lot of lumber. You got to form up
Yeah, all
every
the
bit of that
forms.
stuff.
Oh,
And
okay.
you've also
All
got
the
a lot of
forming.
steel, and you've got a lot of steel that goes into all that concrete to make it secure. So,
Okay.
you know, there's those, any number today would not be valid in November, December.
Okay. Okay.
Hey, Herb, I had a question. So, you know, the outcrop, I really like all those big boulders that we had there. Can't we do something with it to kind of ornament the slope going down? Yeah, if you recall, I asked you about that. I don't want to get rid of those boulders. I think we should utilize them somewhere else.
Yeah, and I think that was kind of where we were at with it. Art, my recollection is if the board had some place they wanted to utilize those boulders, you know, as part of the work, we can get those boulders relocated to wherever in the district.
They'd be feature items in a park.
Yeah,
Yes.
they absolutely could be.
Yeah.
And they're big
Yeah,
enough. I'd
okay.
hate to see you just get rid of them, honestly.
That was my pet peeve because that's really pretty.
It is
You know,
pretty.
it's a
Yeah.
shame to get rid of it.
Okay. So,
All right.
okay. So
So,
what do we need to do to give Herb authorization to just come back with budget numbers? It sounds like we've got a project ID. He just needs to do that and charge against the project ID. Am I saying this correct?
You are.
Okay. But then Herb, that's what we want you to do is give us something next month for us
budget
to budget with.
Okay, well, I'll solicit, I'll get with some contractors and get that ball rolling for next month.
Okay.
And then we'll move on to the next page. And the next page was the phase 5 of the sidewalk releveling project, based on, again, adding in the soft cost to that original budget number of 40,000. It appears, based on what I can come up with, that about 31,000 has been accounted for. So there's $9,000 left. I had to make that, and Linda, I saw you flinch because last month I took in too many years of time. I didn't go from fiscal year. I went all the way back to like January. So I adjusted that, re-looked at that number, and that number actually for this fiscal year is about $31,000, including soft cost and construction.
Well, tell me this, Herb, do you have enough information to give us a picture for next year that we can budget for?
Well, that's part of what the question is right now. Is the committee kind of recommends right now just letting that 9,000 roll over into next year's, unless an emergency location comes up where the board really feels the desire to go fix. This last few months, you'll have the money to do so. You can just pull from that. And then that would roll over to it. What the board has been operating on is a $40,000 a year budget. So this would allow up to, you know, you could bump it up next year to say 50,000, because also the cost is going to start going up for the repairs because most of the leveling now is completed. So now what we're going to start getting into are the remove and replace sections, which are going to cost more definitely per foot than leveling does. So that was something to consider for next year's budget.
Herb, can I ask you, do you have a list of locations that need attention?
Yes, ma'am.
Does the committee have that?
I don't remember if I gave that to them last month or not, to be honest.
Well, I'm
No,
interested.
we don't have the latest list.
Okay, I'm interested. But Catherine, should I make a note that we should just do the like plan for 50 and then look at Herb's list?
Yes, and maybe Herb, what you can do is if you got $50,000 to spend in the next fiscal year, come back to us and tell us what we're going to be able to replace.
Sure.
Come up with the triage.
Okay.
Yeah. And Herb, are those all going to be on Old Mill, the sites I identified for you?
There's a lot of those on Old Mill that you had identified also were within Travis County, and
Yes.
the district's not doing anything in Travis County.
And McKinsey was going to check to see when Travis County was going to come out and fix them.
Yes, that's where that kind of got left off.
Right. For the Travis County side. But did you add anything besides Old Mill on the Williamson County side to the list?
I'll be honest, Linda, I haven't looked at that in about 6 weeks, 8 weeks.
You don't need to know today either.
I need to look at my list to see where I'm at.
We're just going to make a line item for 50,000 next year for sidewalk repairs, replace slabs,
Mhm.
and then you have to just come up with a list.
Sure, and I will provide the list that I've got today at the next meeting. So,
Okay.
Yeah, because keep in mind, we don't have to do them all in 1 year. We can phase them in like we have been.
Oh, yeah.
right. And what we even did with the list that was created was some of Linda, was some of your list as well, is we reviewed those locations and honestly tried to prioritize off of that list because we knew, I mean, it was pretty clear, just looking at the list, this is more than we've got left for this year. So that's why we just kind of backed up and said, well, let's just see how we want to address this really for this year or roll it into next year.
So Herb, I just have one final question on this. And I don't know if it's covered under sidewalk repair or if it's even the MUD's responsibility to address, but the driveways that connect next to a sidewalk, oh, you're making that face.
You know the answer.
What happens when the driveway is pulling up the sidewalk?
Well, the only thing that the district is able to do, and I'm going to put it that way, and I'll, if Bill catches me offline legally, please slap my hand. But the district cannot really do anything with the driveways. If we've got a driveway that has heaved upwards so much, it may be that there's some recourse the district can take against that homeowner. But the way we've currently been handling it is if we can make the minor adjustments, which most of them have been with the leveling to bring them up to be a smooth transition, that's how the district's handled that in the past, because we can't go in there and adjust their driveways. Can't do that.
I did not realize that. Okay, that's interesting. So if the driveway's heaved up, you raise the sidewalk to meet it?
Yes, ma'am. And we've done that. I think even a couple of the pictures that you sent, in order to make that adjustment, would be raising up the sidewalk in order to be able to have that transition.
Okay.
And
well,
I'm assuming we're not allowed to, what is it called, sand down the edges of the driveway?
No, we have found it best in all circumstances, leave those driveways alone.
Otherwise, you'll be replacing a lot of driveways, right?
Absolutely. And if one's already got existing cracks, which most of them do, then if you touch it, then, they're going to be whining that they want you to replace the whole driveway.
You broke it, you replace it.
That's generally what happens. So we've made a conscious decision, as my understanding is, to leave driveways alone.
That's a good decision. I like that one. Okay, then we'll just look forward to seeing your list next month.
All right, Dave. The next item on our notes are the wastewater main line and service maintenance. These are the services that needed to be cleaned out of tree roots. They needed to get, they've completed all of the services work. And Tierra Blanca was the section of main line that had a piece of tubing in it. They've removed that tubing. They were able to do that. There was a materials delay on some tapping saddles. My understanding is they were supposed to be in today. And with that, the expectation is the crew will be out on Brighton Bend tomorrow. They've got 2 locations in Brighton Bend to excavate and replace the tapping saddle and reconnect the service up to eliminate those repairs. So I see no reason by that next meeting, we'll be bringing the Venco improvements in for completion and processing their invoice for that work. Next on the list was the work over on London Lane, and that crew was able to get in there, get that work done. They were in and out within about a week's time. Everything is complete. Now they're just filing up, gathering the video as well as the final paperwork. So that project, anticipate it'll also be as complete next week. No change orders. That was the price. That's what they did the work for.
Awesome.
So,
That's great news, Herb.
Was that the one where it was a really low ball bid and we went with it anyway, and we went with it?
yes.
Yep.
Oh, yay.
Let's just hope that fix lasts, right? Is there a guarantee on the work?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And Herb, they did a great job. I peeked out there several times. They did great.
They were super friendly too. Like,
Yeah, and I watched them bolt it together. That thing is solid. It's not going anywhere.
And we had staff watching it pretty close because of the pricing and because of we wanted to make sure the corners weren't cut. So
They were not.
So I, it's done and we're in good shape. So next month we'll be filing that, anticipate filing that one out as well. Next on our list is the video review and certification. Infomark has gone back to wastewater transport services to get the video of the lines that they jetted so that we can have record that that's been done. We get that, and then we get the videos from the other 2 contractors we just discussed. We'll get those final reviews, and then we'll be able to provide the certification to the state and wrap that portion up as a requirement. So once timing wise, it just depends on when we get all the information from everybody. Next up was the 1400 block of Old Mill. This is the handrail along the sidewalk and the drainage channel that crosses under. Last month, the board had also asked us to look at the Anderson Mill West Pond where the steps are running behind that along the sidewalk, as well as a handrail along London Lane down into that pond. We went to a couple of contractors. We pulled a standard detail for new construction to go put these rails in. That number for all 3 locations came in close to $20,000 for that work. That was kind of my reaction. I pulled it. Basically, I informed the committee. I think there's some other options that we can definitely do to beat that price. So I pulled it so that we could do the research to do that.
What were they offering that was so much more than the 5,000 you suggested?
No, that was on my cost, not the construction.
Oh, never mind. Okay.
No, I'm not going to guess construction until I have something to give them for construction.
Well, maybe we have to do the ones that are the safety one. Well, I guess they're all safety related issues, right?
They all kind of fall into that same category, but I believe there are some of those instances where we could do some prefab type rails instead of having to have something built. That building is what ran the cost up.
I see.
So I haven't had time this week to look at that, but that's the direction I'm trying to go in order to cut that cost way down from 20,000. I'm just not comfortable bringing that to the board.
So
Herb, Williamson County hasn't said anything about this work at all? They haven't?
No, and we're just kind of proceeding as, we're going to try to price it. And then once we get pricing to bring to the board, then we can make the decision, do we want to do all 3 and hopefully Williamson County just isn't getting back and saying, they say they're running it up the channel, but we're not hearing anything. And it's been almost 2 months from that end.
Well, they're not going to do the pond, but at least the handrail.
Herb, I was going to ask you, is this in Williamson County for this particular handrail project? Is this the one where you guys are working with Doug Woodall?
Yes, ma'am.
I used to work with Doug Woodall.
Any phone calls will be helpful because we're not getting an answer. I'm not proud.
I haven't talked to him in a long time. I might just go ahead and give you a hand there.
Well, he said he had to pass it up the chain, whatever that means.
I was surprised to see his name in Williamson County. He left TxDOT. I was very surprised.
That's probably why if it's going up a chain, it usually means it's going to slow way down.
Slow it down.
Well,
If
nothing flows up fast.
But if I can get the pricing a lot better than the 20, it may be that the board could just say, let's just go do it and be done with it.
Or
So-
if we can get Williamson County to take care of the handrails needed on Old Mill,
That'd be great.
that'd be fantastic, right?
Yes, and
Yeah,
I'm gonna
yeah.
have pricing for all three, for Old Mill and the other two locations. And then the board can decide which way does it want to go. Do they just want to take it on, or do they want to keep waiting for Williamson County?
Yeah.
And
So if you had a target that you wanted to get this reduced to, what would it be? 15,000, 13,000?
I'd say, yeah, I would say, I would guesstimate it's gonna be around 13, because
Okay.
all steel and powder coating is just, nothing's just cheap anymore.
Well,
It's
Catherine
just-
and Michael said we had so much overage in the budget. We could probably swing all 3 rails, or 4 actually total,
Right.
with the money that we have left over. I'm not sure about moving money that way within the budget, but it's not like we can't afford it this year. We can. But if we can get Williamson County to do what, their part,
Sure.
of course, that's always the best way to go.
Yeah, I would love it if we
Yeah.
could get Williamson County to take one of these projects off our hands.
Really. Herb, would you
Yeah.
please send me Doug Woodall's phone number, and I'll just reminisce. Maybe we'll have lunch or something.
There you go. I will get that done tomorrow.
Thank you.
Also, just for something for y'all to look at, I believe in the pond improvements project, I believe there's like $175,000 left in that. These technically, I think you could fall within that pond improvements because you're doing them all related to the drainage. Just throwing that out there.
Well, London Lane for sure, and the dog park is a pond, and the Vistiva pond that Megan was talking about, a handrail being needed, that's a pond too. So
Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, it's just something I noticed today looking through the budgets and items that could be good. You could take that under consideration for where the money would come from.
look for the money.
So I try to help with that too, where I can. So that's where we're at on that. The invoicing, I believe all the invoicing was reviewed and approved. I had not gotten that stuff out this month. It came up quick, but I don't know where the committee left with that. I assumed everything was fine.
Yep.
And then the last item that had come up was requested that the infrastructure committee wanted to start looking at items that could maybe be pulled off of some of the billings such that they could be included as tax write-offs. I don't know if I said that right, Catherine, but that's what I came across.
Well, I think when we were having a real general budgeting conversation, and I reiterated that, as part of our budget committee, Linda and I are looking really hard at figuring out how to, reorganize how things are paid, because our goal with this budget cycle is to make, in addition to, of course, lowering our tax rate significantly, is to do something that will result in a change in our base rate, to change the amount of lower everybody's water bill. So I think that's sort of out of context. But I'm sort of seeing all these things all at once, and I'm trying to keep them all spinning at the same time to figure out how they're all interrelated.
Yeah, Catherine, let me interrupt it. Because we couldn't match Herb's report, this last item is
Okay.
not on the agenda tonight.
Yeah, I understand.
Want me to put it on the 23rd as part of the budget committee report to talk
Well,
about?
Yeah, and this is all, Linda and I think are gonna have an awful lot of topics that we're gonna want to present to the rest of the board when we start talking budget. And, you know, every month for the next, 3 months, more and more things the light is going to start, shining in some of the corners and giving us options. And so by August, for sure, we're going to have, a really good result in terms of how we've reorganized our budget for moving forward.
Okay, so I'll put it on the 23rd under the budget committee.
Yeah.
I mean, I already know the answer, but we can't talk about it tonight.
Yeah, I understand.
And that was also the recommendation out of the committee, is that the committee get with you, Bill, to really look into that, because that's way out of our range.
Yeah, I don't have to look into it. We can talk about it next week.
Okay.
I know the answer.
That will work. And then as far as the written agenda, the posted agenda goes, is item O, the park issues. We did get requests for some information from Verdunity. I'll never say it right, but I'll get close. Those items were addressed. I believe everything that they asked, Megan, between you and myself, I think everything was answered.
Yeah, I think the one outstanding thing maybe was, what would have been the trail lighting in last fiscal year? It was just listed as trail.
There was discussion at Anderson Mill.
Oh, yeah.
Light bollards on the backside that would go around behind the basketball court and then all the way back around up to Gama and kind of tie it back in, because there's really not much lighting back there.
So there was an actual charge associated with that. So there was like 2,000 something. What was the charge for?
That was probably our time. From what I recall, there was about 3 different visits out there. We went from ballers to standard lights to different options. I was meeting with different lighting.
Didn't we have a great big proposal? We wrote a proposal to a third party to try to get, funding.
Yeah, we submitted a grant proposal for it. Yeah, so that was planning for submitting the grant proposal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, are those grant proposal companies still,
it's AARP.
Okay.
So yes, they're still around.
So we could think about them again, is to see if we could get any funding from them. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, outside of that, I have nothing else to report on. If you've got any questions, I'll be happy to address them.
Hold on, let me see if there's anything you didn't already touch. The meter replacement program. You might not be able to answer, but Christy's on, so if you can't, maybe she can. I want to know how many meters are in storage.
Let me look that up, because I did ask that question, and I got an answer. I just don't know where it's at. So I will look for the answer for that one.
And Herb, you touched some of this already. So either you looked at my notes before the meeting or we just think alike, but what is the cost to install the meter and its housing and the endpoint connections? We need that number. And this was just a note that I had written, before we invest in more meters, we should connect the ones already installed, which McKinsey says are about 100 now, to be sure that our current investment works as advertised before investing in more hardware. The suggestion to install 75% of the electronic meters before we start connecting them, I don't necessarily agree with that approach. What if we connect the first 100 and decide that for 1,000 different reasons that solution is not good for this district? We'd be too far into it to back off.
Right. The discussion of that previously, as well as I believe even some of the in-depth that we had at the committee meeting, is by doing that, what happens is you get an interference or disruption of the way the meters are currently read, such that once these others are all set in, it's a simple, basic. You really don't have to send anybody out to do meter reads. But right now, so if you start doing that, and you don't have a good section that's got all the meters in it, then you're going to have, there's a probability of missing some of the meters that need to be hand read, because they're going to be jumping around.
Right.
So in order to do it, they wanted to get a larger number installed before transitioning into that endpoint.
Well, one of the things that Art and I talked about was wanting to do an analysis of where the high water usage is, in the sense that because we assume that the high water users are the people with sprinklers, and there's probably going to be a higher percentage in Valente Hills or maybe Lakeline Oaks, and to target replacement to the electronic meters in areas so that we can remove manual reading from entire sections. And then, because the people who use the most water are the ones we really want to be on the electronic meters, because they need to have more data in their face about how much water they're using when they're sprinkling. And so that was one of the things that Art and I talked about, is to target where we're putting our meters. I'm looking at my response and it's like, it's very jerky right now. So
Unfortunately, I like that idea because we could wipe out a whole section and literally move forward, which is a great idea. The problem with that idea is we'd be replacing meters that hadn't met their useful life.
Well, this is, I totally get what you're saying.
If we reduce the Infomark base fee with every batch of say 100 meters, because they don't have to read them because they're in like all of Lakeline or all of Valente Hill, whatever, then we could offset the loss of that manual meter asset that we're going to throw in the trash before it's met its useful life, and kind of justify a little bit that way. But going into a whole section and replacing meters that have not hit that 1.5 million gallon.
Well, it was really just to get an idea of who the high water users are. And at that point, like you say, we'll do a feasibility study and say, is it feasible to do this? And what's the bang for the buck?
You can see who the high
that's what we need to do.
users are.
But with the information, we can be armed and we can know what we can do.
Sure. And you can get that high water usage information from the utility billing system.
Oh, definitely.
Well, right now.
But it's gone.
Go ahead, Beth. I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say, but it's gone well for the few that you have out, correct?
What was that one more time?
There's a couple meters that you have out.
There's only 10 meters connected right now.
Right now.
Yeah.
Right, but you guys are able to see how much you're using.
Those are the pilot meters.
Yeah.
In fact, I'll share with you that, after the big freeze, or as part of the big freeze, I, was dripping my hoses, and all of a sudden I'm getting this alert, after the freeze is over, it says, hey, you've got a water leak. And I go, oh, I forgot to turn my hose off. Okay. That's what, so it told me, go turn your hose off.
I will get with Christy later just to make sure we're all on the same page from our meeting last week. But Linda, I think one of the bottom line is what you want, the numbers that you're asking for, the information that you're asking for are the things that were recognized that we need to bring to the infrastructure next month.
Well, tell me this, surely these numbers exist in the meter replacement project. I mean, you didn't come up with a project to replace electronic meters without knowing these costs in advance, right?
Yeah, there was agreements set up and signed up with the metering company. I mean, they settled on cost, the whole 9 yards.
So we just need to look at that.
Yeah, we stayed. I mean, that was pretty much Infomark running that deal, but the information was all presented at board meetings and laid out.
So, Christy, were you able to find the magic number?
It was a verbal. We were talking in a meeting, but I want to say it's around 200 meters. So our inventory is really high right now. But what we're doing is Wednesdays are going to be dedicated meter change out days for Phil in the district. And we were going off of what our normal protocol is high usage meters. Those are the ones that we're going to start changing out. And he can probably change, I'm hoping maybe 20 meters per Wednesday per week.
Okay.
And get that inventory down.
Yeah. And I guess what I'm remembering from this conversation was, let's run our inventory down And then, because we've been sitting on this inventory longer than we normally do because of the weather that we got stuck with earlier. So let's run the inventory down, replace it, and then get that out the door also.
Here's the thing right now. I mean, everything is delayed in being shipped. So we've ordered the Badger meters at other districts and there's a delay, a 2-month delay. So my thought is if I dedicate Phil to changing out meters 1 day per week, we will go through our inventory in maybe 2 months. In
Okay.
about 2 months, if you approve ordering the second batch, we will stay on track.
Okay. Okay. And so then and then it'll be the next budget cycle by the time they show up and it's time to start putting them in the ground.
Well, then the next budget cycle next year, you would add another $50,000 to order more, or if you wanted to order more than 50,000, then, let's see how we want to do that. I think that's definitely something the infrastructure committee needs to talk about, and Herb and I need to get together and see how we plan that out.
So
I'm completely fine with not doing one section at a time and sticking with the high usage meters, changing them out. I think that's the way we should go.
How
Okay.
many meters does $50,000 buy?
That was my next question.
I asked it
Yeah,
first.
the meters alone, I believe, are about $120. So
Well, so what are you seeing that the cost of the meters are going up with everything else that's going up right now? Are you seeing that?
well, yes, the cost of the meters are going up just a tad bit, and the right now the delay is the chip that goes in the meter. We cannot get them.
But we don't use it anyways because we're not connecting them.
The chip still is in the meter itself, whether you put the endpoint on or not.
It's like cars. They can't make cars fast enough because they can't get chips for them.
Right.
Okay.
So my recommendation on the meter replacement program is we continue moving forward just like we have. We change out the highest usage meters just as we have in our policy. And within the next 2 months, we'll have depleted the inventory that we have if we stay on schedule. And by the time we deplete our inventory, your new shipment should be coming in, so we don't skip a beat.
Okay.
So you will keep some back in storage in case we have breakage, then you'll need to
Yes.
have one on the shelf to deal with those.
We usually try to keep 25 to 50 in inventory at all times.
Yeah, I don't see that many breaks on the invoices. There's not that many per month that get replaced. But yeah, since that's what they're supposed to address is meters that need to be replaced, I would suggest that you definitely keep something in stock.
Yep, we do.
Okay, I had that for her and her. That's all I had. Everything else you already addressed.
Linda, Catherine, before we leave the subject, Christy, do you need a motion to authorize you to place that order?
Well, it's in my report, so it'll be coming up shortly. I mean, if y'all want to do it now, that's fine too, but it's in our report coming up on the next agenda item.
Yeah, let's take it on your report, because as I was reading over it, there's a number of motions that we're going to need in the report.
All righty. Well, I will see y'all next
Okay.
month.
Okay.
Thanks,
So
Herb, thanks.
Bye.
Thanks, Herb.
are you going to screen share?
Would you like for me to?
I would love it if you would screen share. I love it when you people screen share.
All right, I will do so. So our report starts on really the executive summary on page 10, if you're not going to follow along on the screen. So as just mentioned, we've got a recommendation for $50,000 to add those AMI meters to your inventory. And again, they're running at least 2 months behind, if not more. We also have a recommendation in here. There's 2 bids for replacing the mulch at the playgrounds. I believe they are right here. So we've got this bid for El Salito. It's $5,755. We've got this bid for Hatch Road. And that's $2,345. And then we also have this bid for the Old Mill Park, which is $39.65. So that's what totals up on our executive summary here. 12,177.05 to replace that mulch. And if you guys have been out to the parks, you'll see that it's really become a safety hazard. It's pretty low and it's compacted. We try to do this at least every 3 years, I would say.
That's what I was gonna say is I'm thinking it's the last time it was done, Patricia was here.
No, it was done last year.
One of the
Yeah, that's
parks
what
was
I thought it
done.
was done last year.
It was done last year.
I'm not sure that all of the parks were done.
Right, so is the $12,000, does that include the Anderson Mill Pond?
It includes the park, not the pond.
Yeah.
No, there's a playscape at the Anderson Mill Pond that has mulch, and I'm thinking maybe that was the one that was done last year.
I don't recall
Christy,
it being
can you tell
done,
us
but
how much money
it looks pretty old.
last year on mulch?
Can I look it up? I cannot.
No, I said, can you tell us? Oh, you have to look it up.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you right now.
I think we really need to look at that because last year the amount was astounding. It came in the truckloads. I'd like to know where it was put last year. And also before we put more down, I think we need to have some idea of what that park plan is going to deliver, because it wouldn't make sense to put down mulch in a playscape that might be going away.
Let me see. I'm looking at
I don't think there's any plans to remove any of the existing playscapes.
No, Linda, what I would have said is maybe there was plans to remove the mulch and replace it with pour in place. But I don't think that's something that is going to happen either, though.
The pour and play has been a real problem. It gets damaged all the time.
Is that the stuff that is like real squishy under your feet?
Oh yeah, it's great to walk on and the kids love to pick at it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, but there's gaping holes in it, but it feels good under the feet, but it's torn
So
apart.
just taking a quick look at the cap tracker, I don't see that we replaced any mulch last year.
Let me go ahead and pull from the check register. Because the only reason I remember is because it was so much money.
Oh, it is. And that's what struck me is like, oh, this isn't very much money for mulch.
Can't imagine Lakeline was replaced last year because that mulch is like way low. It's like this far down.
It is.
I recall too
Yes.
that I think it was over $18,000 that we spent last year on mulch.
Well, I will tell you that you have these items in your budget. So you budgeted for these 3 areas for this year.
And remember, we did not do this last year because of COVID. So it's been 2 years since this has been replaced. And that was something that Megan and I were thinking when we were out there. We were like, why is this so low? But then when we thought about it, it hadn't been done in 2 years. So that's why it's gone.
So if you guys want to hold on to this and we'll do some more research, that's fine. I'm completely okay with that. I can come back next week. We'll leave it on there. And when we're talking about budget items.
Yeah, and I'm cool with that.
Because by next Wednesday, we can take a real good look at what we've spent recently. That doesn't change the need in these parks.
No.
Just some frame of reference of how much money we're going to be spending on this mulch, because it might be that we need to consider something different.
Well,
this is the cheapest. And I will tell you from running
We've talked
daycare
about that
centers.
numerous times, and
I'm just
I
going to
just
say
don't-
this,
I thought we-
director, you're going the
it could be
cheapest
right. We
route.
did have COVID, but I thought we did something last year that was a huge cost.
All I'm going to say is for sure, we're never putting peat gravel back in.
You can't. It's not ADA compliant.
Well, all I
Not
can tell you,
anymore.
all I can tell you is that when we redid the Anderson, Mill Park on El Salito, we spent $50K trunking all of that pea gravel out. I mean, that was just like, are you kidding me? Something like 18 dump trucks or something like that. It was just absolutely astronomical. So
We just have to be careful, because if we don't replace it soon, you know, I don't want to have a liability on our hands, but I can tell you that it is really, really low.
You can actually see the liner in some of the areas.
You can. And for us, I can tell you that's a big liability.
Yeah.
And it
Okay.
is in your
So
budget.
to make this wait, I'm not sure that we should, because it's got to get in there.
All right.
Well,
get
let's
some more
start at
info
the
in order.
top. Let's start at the top and go back to the top, which is the meter place. I'm going to make a resolution that we spend the $50,000 budgeted to buy meters.
Inventory?
Yeah, meter inventory. That's right.
Okay, I will second that.
Okay. So what do we want to discuss about this? So if we go ahead and order it sometime in the next, 2 weeks, realistically, they're going to show up right in time for the new fiscal year. Is that about right?
That's what I'm thinking right now. I mean, I don't know if it's going to get better or going to get worse, but I can tell you they're running about a month and a half behind what our normal delivery time is.
Okay.
Okay. So,
But we have inventory now, Catherine, so.
right. We have inventory now and
But we won't deplete it.
no.
So
Okay. So I'll go, do we have any more to discuss about that motion?
No.
Okay. I'll go ahead and call the vote. Linda,
Yes.
Beth,
Yes.
Megan,
Yes.
Art,
yes,
and I vote yes too. Okay, so the TF Harper thing, I'm okay going ahead and voting on this tonight because I agree it needs to get done. And it's funny how we all have different recollections about what mulch costs. I was, like I said, I thought $12,000 wasn't bad compared to how much I know we've spent in the past. So,
you know,
Now,
you
do
know what
we
I
think-
can't get past? It's
Right.
like glorified dirt, and
well, tell me,
it's so expensive.
well, it is, but Christy, one of the things you do though is you rake it and fluff it, right?
Yes.
It's part of the maintenance of the park.
Yeah, I mean, it normally, I mean, we use mulch at a lot, it's really the only other source besides the pour and play. And Beth and Megan are completely right. The pour and play stuff, it's not reliable. The only other thing that I've seen people use in parks are like the squares that, the foam squares, but those as well, same as the pour and play, they'll fall apart and it's super, super expensive to put in. So your payoff on putting something like that in, it would take probably 20 years or so. As long as everything is going well, it also depends on Mother Nature. What type of year you had? Has it been really wet? Has it not? So yeah, this mulch, I would say every 3 years, you need to put it in your budget to replace at a minimal.
Yeah, I
Are we
agree
on the
with that.
third year?
Oh, yeah, I agree. We're on the third year for something for sure. I agree with that.
Yeah.
So does somebody want to make a motion?
Go ahead, Megan.
No, go ahead, Beth.
Okay, so I'm making a motion that the Parks Committee that we will get the chipped wood refilled in the playscapes for $12,117.05 with the vendor of TF Harper. Is
Okay,
that correct?
that works.
It's not a Parks Committee thing, though.
Well, she's saying that the Parks Committee recommends that we accept the proposal from TF Harper. That's what she was trying to say.
Yeah, I was just
Okay.
reading it off there.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, so what other discussion do we want to have? Do we have a timeline?
Let's see what they have on their quote. Stand by just a second.
Well, a timeline in terms of how far backed up they are.
I don't think they're that back up. So estimated delivery installation 2 to 3 weeks after the PO is signed. So should be relatively soon.
So what that means is we could have this, it could be in 4th of July.
Possibly,
Theoretically,
possibly. I
Okay.
doubt it, but maybe.
for sure, the next board meeting. How about that?
There you go. I think that's probably more realistic.
Okay,
Do what I can to get it in before 4th of July.
okay.
And Christy, we can still bring forward those numbers just to report on what was spent whenever it was last year too, whenever.
I have a directive here to verify what we've done over the last 3 years, actually.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, I'm good with that.
Because actually what we really need to understand those is, do we need to budget for next year then? That's really the important, because it
It's usually a
sounds
budget
like,
item.
well, see, what I'm hearing is if we did something last year and we're doing something this year, I'm thinking that we don't need to budget for it next year. It's probably going to be a 23, 24 budget year
Well,
thing.
We don't want it to get as low as it is right now. And I don't think we did it during COVID. So there's two ways of doing it. Either we know that it's going to cost this much in 2 years and refill it, or we do half the amount that we're paying this year and we just top it off again next year. So it stays truthfully in a safe environment. Because right now if someone were to come out and really look at that, it's really bad.
What you're saying is there's literally like what a true step up from out of the space.
If I was running a daycare center right now and I had the licensing department come in, I would not be able to let the kids use the facilities outside. Yes.
Because it's that bad.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just being honest.
Well, I mean,
I'm
we're
just
gonna
telling
do
you
it
that
through
it's
it
not
all,
good.
because labor is a big part of it, and we keep doing it in spurts, and we're going to incur more labor. So if we're going to do it, let's
do
let's
it.
approve the whole amount.
Yeah.
All right, well, I'll definitely take a look at the last 3 to 5 years and bring that back to the board next week for the budget
Okay.
discussion.
Okay. I'm gonna.
Before you call the vote, I do have a discussion.
Sure.
Discussion. I just want to bring this to the board's attention because we just went through the whole Sunscapes hauling wood out of here. We paid over $20,000 to remove real wood, not engineered wood, but real wood out of this district because it was going to be too expensive to chip it and use it in the parks. And now we're going to pay another $12,000 to buy engineered wood. I don't know. That just doesn't sound responsible to me.
Well,
I will tell you that you cannot use real wood. It has to be this specific type of engineered product for these parks.
Well, we could have used the wood around trees and all the other places we put mulch.
But you can't put it in the playscapes.
I didn't say the playscapes. I said around trees and all the other places that.
Yeah,
we did explore all that, and it just was not cost effective.
No.
Wasn't it over like $25,000 or
It was
something?
insane to mulch it, and
It was horrible.
It was really sad as to how expensive it was, because I thought it would have been really great if we could have mulched it and then had a great big, communal pile. Because isn't that like what the city of Austin does? They pick up all the Christmas trees and then they mulch it and it's all in one place, and you can go pick up as much as you can throw in the back of your car or your truck.
Cedar Park did that with their downed limbs, and they have a big pile of mulch in that Elizabeth Milburn Park for people to take.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they have their own. They have a whole public works. I mean, they have their own.
Yeah, it's a city.
Right.
And they have their own mulcher.
So this is specifically for the playscapes, right? Not around trees and
yes,
whatnot.
yes.
The playscape, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and call the vote. Linda?
I vote no, and for the record, it is only because the general manager is unable to confirm the last installation of mulch or the cost spent when it was done. Without the history of this maintenance, it's a black hole for money.
Okay, Beth?
Yes.
Megan?
Yes.
Art?
Yes.
I vote yes too. Okay, so what's next? Go ahead,
All right.
Christy.
So we've gone over the distribution system, the water accountability. We talked a little bit about that with Herb, so we're at 88%. I think the meter change out program, popping that back in and really hitting that hard, I'm hoping that will bring that accountability number up. Parks and trails, we already talked about A. So just to note, the Old Mill Little Library is back installed. It's been sealed up and back in place. The time to fill out the park plan survey is closed out, and the Parks Committee has appreciative to all those that participated. So I'm assuming we've got the results back, and where are we at with that on the Parks Committee? I'm sorry, I'm kind of in the middle of the transition here with the survey.
No, we don't, it was closed, the survey period closed June 1st. And Verdunity got all of the results and they're writing them up. They have to write the background chapters of the plan, which basically describe existing conditions. And then the results from the first survey will be part of that document. So I haven't seen it yet. No one's seen it yet except Verdunity. So, but we will be getting that, either a draft maybe beginning of next week. The committee will be looking that over and discussing it, and then we can share it at that point.
Thank you, Megan.
Yep.
All right, so moving on to the Infrastructure Committee, I think we've really discussed most of this in Herb's report. We're conducting a survey now on what areas of these walls need to be power washed. So we'll hopefully at the next board meeting have a survey and a summary of what areas need to be power washed.
Before you get too far past that one, Christy, I have some questions for you.
Okay.
When was the last cleaning of the walls done, and how much did it cost?
I don't know how much it cost, but I know it was at least 2 or 3 years ago.
Okay, I'd like to know exactly when it was done last and how much it cost. And I would suggest that cleaning the walls be done after the wall inventory of limbs that are sitting on top of it, because the vegetation laying on the walls will retain water and cause those mold spots again. And what line item in the budget is system maintenance that includes cleaning the CMU walls?
I know it's a budget item. I think we allocated 10,000 for it.
It's called system maintenance, but I can't find a specific line item for cleaning the walls.
I don't know if I don't think we have money in the current budget to deal with it. And I can tell you that it's been probably a minimum of 3 years. And the way we handled it in the past was I think it took 2 budget cycles in order to do the entire district. What have we got?
In the report, it's called system maintenance. Is it a cap item?
I think it's under
System maintenance right here,
Power washing district walls.
10,000. Right there.
Oh, we've actually got it in the budget this year.
yeah, $10,000.
No, that's last year. No, move forward. There we go. Yeah, there we go. The blue line is current. Okay.
That's not for the whole district?
Well, I don't think you can do the whole district. My suspicion is you can probably get all of El Salito done for that, or all of Hatch Road done for that, but you're not going to get the entire district done.
Catherine, do you know how many times it's been done?
Once.
Just once.
Just
then
once.
It'd be really easy for you to find the invoice that paid for the one time it's been done.
Well, it was multiple times. It was multiple times, but we've only done the district one time. That's what I mean.
Okay.
So, okay. So if it's in the budget for 10,000, you want me to go back and see when it was done last time and how much it cost?
Yeah. I'm thinking we probably budgeted 10,000 in 2 budgets in a row. That's what I'm thinking happened.
Well, that's
We
exactly
did, and
what
then
happened.
we had a not to exceed, right? With a not to exceed 10,000.
then it should be real easy to find. Who was the contractor who did it?
I don't remember that.
I don't
And
remember
again,
either.
those are details that just would help put in perspective for me what it costs to clean the walls. And then we prioritize around, first we get the limbs off of them, because we need a wall inventory of what's sitting on the walls first. That should be taken care of first. Remember, right before we had a list, and then the storm happened and more branches fell on the walls.
Well, didn't we do an inventory not too long ago of the limbs, and we did a lot of tree trimming on the wall areas?
Not that I'm aware of. We lost a lot of, there was an inventory that I did, but then the storm happened before anybody could have gotten any work done because it was literally weeks before the storm.
I mean, here's the thing. We can go through and do the survey and do both at the same time, you know, limbs that are over the walls plus the walls that need to be cleaned. But I believe they're two different tasks. There's one to power wash and there's a second to remove trees from the wall. So if you want, and I don't think that tree trimming, there's tree trimming maintenance on here of 10,000. I don't know where year to date you are on that, but I think it's two different tasks.
Yeah, I don't think we've
Tree
done.
trimming maintenance is 10,000.
Yes.
So yeah, maybe the surveying of the walls first. Identify what needs to be trimmed off and what needs to be cleaned, and then let us look at that.
That's what we're doing.
Awesome.
All right. Let's see if I can get back to where we
There
were.
we were.
Okay. Infrastructure committee, we talked about all of that. There's power washing that we talked about. Security committee.
I do have something to add to this.
Mhm.
Can we get the constables to sit in Valente on Cashelwood Drive? Because a lot of kids are playing around the pond area, you know, since summer's out. And I noticed a couple of guys, you know, they take that corner off of Anderson Mill, and man, they just jet down until they hit all the neighborhoods that have driveways. Well, there's a guy with one driveway there, and then there's a pond, and the kids are running up and down with their bikes. So we need to get people to slow down a little bit. So if you could park somebody there, who's the security committee?
That's Linda and I.
Okay.
So
It's a constable to sit there for
Who
a
is
couple
the
of
constable right now? I haven't seen anybody driving around at all.
I saw him the other morning. I did see him
Robert
driving
Stinson
around.
is the only one that has anything in the bills and invoices this month. He's the only one who patrolled, and he usually does the mornings around the school hours. Well, now that school's out, we were hoping to find other areas that needed attention and what time of the day the constables should be rolling around. So Art, what time of the day are you suggesting?
I would say probably a late morning or early afternoon, because you know that's when the kids are riding their bikes and they're playing around the pond area. So
Like
that
from
would be a
11
good time.
11 a.m. to what? To what?
I would say till 2, maybe
11 to 2?
2 a.m., 2 p.m.
Because Catherine and I talked about we needed to readjust the constables' tour times now that school is out.
mhm.
And we were hoping that we could figure out what the best time to have them in the neighborhood was. Catherine, did you get the list from McKinsey?
I would say a little
Oh.
earlier because it's getting so hot in the afternoons. The park over here, the kids are out here at 10 in the morning. They're out.
Well, the McKinsey did send a incident list, if you will.
Oh, that list. Yes, I saw that list.
We
Yes.
didn't have time, so it doesn't do us any good for trying to adjust the constable schedule. And a lot of those things the constable couldn't handle anyways. So
Right.
Beth says 10, Art says 11. I say maybe let's look at 10 to 2 and maybe the evening people who come home from work, 5-ish, or 10 to 2 only. That's 4 hours a day.
So do we not have anybody driving around during the day in the summer right now?
Nope.
Right now we've got we're very thin, and I'm playing telephone tag with I was gonna reach out to the security, the police, because Leander ISD and Round Rock ISD, they've got their own, police department. And then yesterday or earlier this week, I saw Camp Metro has got their own security department, police department too. And it occurred to me, maybe that is a resource, because we're looking to find other sources of man hours of people who are trained security officers who could be a presence in our community right now.
And Catherine, I did add that. I think I've added that or sent that to Allison to add to next Wednesday's agenda so we could discuss it. Because
Okay.
we do have a proposal from one of those rental security companies.
Yeah.
That is kind of our benchmark for Catherine to find like school districts that have their own security forces and such. That's what
Right.
she's looking for.
Yeah.
We do have some ideas, but we still want to keep the constables because they are a good presence in the neighborhood. But we were trying to figure out what time of the day is best to use them, because it does no good for them to be here in the school zones between 6:30 and 9 o'clock in the morning because there's no school. So
Yeah.
we kind of
I would
put
think the
brakes
other
on.
time right now with the kids out would be 8 to midnight, because you do have the teenagers running around in the evening.
Constables do not work after 5 o'clock.
Yeah, that's right. They don't
What a
work.
bummer.
So Catherine, do we not have a interlocal agreement that allocates so many hours the constables will be in the district?
Well, the problem we have is that there isn't any excess capacity.
The constables don't want to work in the district. They
There
don't have enough of them.
aren't enough of them. That's what the problem. There is no excess capacity for Williamson County or Travis County. I'm trying to think. Did we go as far north as Bell County?
No, we didn't go that far, but we tried. We tried
Hayes?
Williamson and Travis County, constable's office, sheriff's office, police force.
Yes.
Everybody has resources to devote to us. So we have to get creative and find other ways. We even talked about neighborhood watch, which I still like that idea too. But what we want to do right now immediately is better use the constable that is willing to work in our district in the times in the district that would be best serving to the community. And I think Art may have an idea here with driving around the ponds and watching the kids play in the late morning, early afternoon. So that's kind of that's where we are. But we'll talk about that next Wednesday in more detail. I was hoping, Catherine, that you would have had some success with the ISDs.
No.
Any luck there at all?
What did we talk about Cedar Park?
We did.
And they said no.
They said no.
Okay.
They never say really no. They just say they don't have the resources to devote to us at this time. Not forever, but at the. But I was bouncing around other MUD districts websites for the last couple of days, and the Williamson County Sheriff, they'll patrol for them. I just felt a little slighted that they don't have time for us, but they're patrolling in other MUD districts. But that may be arrangements they've had for years.
Yes, that's exactly what's going on. That's exactly
So,
yeah.
Catherine, is this something that the committee needs to continue to work on?
Yes, we're going to continue. We're looking for other resources, because I think we all agree we need a better security presence in the community.
What about if we had retired police officers?
No, they're not bonded or insured.
Yeah.
No, but they can call the police if there's really an issue.
Yeah, no, I prefer to have people that have their own insurance, lawyers, and bonding.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Yeah, that's pretty important. But Catherine, what about this? What if tonight we adjust the constable hours to be from 10 o'clock in the morning till 2 o'clock in the afternoon? At least get that part started.
Yeah, and hope we don't have any pushback from, was it Roosevelt? Is that who is that?
No, the guy we met with, what was his name?
That was Kevin. That was Kevin.
Well, let's just put it out there and see what they can do.
Yeah, I
and
agree.
Art, Does that cover for times if people, I mean, not a lot of people are going to work anymore, but does that cover for that afternoon shift when the kids are out there, or are they not out there in the heat? Art,
Oh, I'm sorry, say that again? I
Are
was
they-
reading something.
no, you're good. Are the kids out there in the afternoon as well, or
They're
you
out
just
there
find
all
out in
the
the
time,
morning?
but the neighbor that lives right next to the pond told me they're mostly out between 11 and 2, you know, because a lot of them go to camp and go to, you know, the morning camps and stuff. So they're there gathered around doing, I don't know who picks them up or takes them somewhere. And then back at 2 o'clock, they're gathered around again, riding their bikes and stuff. So that's what he said. So really, Linda, the hours would probably be in the morning and then after 2 o'clock.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what, Art, let us go ahead and set this up. And if your neighbor says, hey, it's getting really rowdy around here at 3, just let us know and we'll adjust.
All right, that's a good plan. Yeah,
right.
we'll
I'd
adjust
like to
it.
make a motion then, Catherine.
We want to make a motion that we're gonna, I move that we adjust the constable hours to be between 10 and 2.
I'll
That
second your motion, Catherine.
Okay. Okay, I move that we adjust the constable hours to have a presence in the district between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m.
I'll second your motion.
Okay. So do we have any further discussion on the topic?
No.
Christy, you will notify the constables?
I can.
Would you please?
Is that for me? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, because
Okay.
Mackenzie used to do it, I'm assuming that you're gonna fill in there?
Well, I definitely will.
Perfect.
Okay.
Or
go
I'll make
ahead.
sure somebody does.
Yeah, that's right. You might delegate that, but yeah, you'll make sure it gets taken care of. Okay, so I'll go ahead and call the vote. Linda,
Yes.
Beth,
Yes.
Megan,
Yes.
Art,
Yes.
I vote yes too. Okay.
And Art, if your neighbor says that's not working, or Beth or Megan or whoever, if you see a better time or a need time, please just let us know. It's just a matter of
Will do.
emotion to change their
Will
hours.
do.
If they can do it, they will. If they can't, we'll have to come up with something else. And when we find a long-term solution, it's all day, every day, 24/7. It's a much better solution.
Yeah. If we have the people, sure. Yeah, absolutely.
No, it won't be constables, Art. It'll be, well, what we know for sure we can have is a rental security, 24/7, 365. But, you know, we're not ready to make that recommendation until Catherine looks at all the school districts and tries to snag some of their resources.
Well, you know, the main concern there is them speeding. There, it's not like anybody's trying to, you know, vandalize or break into homes. That's the main concern is people can run around that corner and just accelerating unless they go to the mailbox, you know, and even then it's like a pit stop, you know, they stop and they dash out and they go on.
Let me just add this, and this might be your solution over there, Art, because the security company that I worked with offered, a part of their proposal was to leave their marked car in the neighborhood all the time. So if we parked it at
That would get people's attention. Yeah, that would,
somebody's watching, and then the guy said, and the people in the neighborhood don't know if we've stepped out of the car and are on foot, or you know what's going on, so it automatically is a deterrent. I like the idea, and it's all
yeah,
built.
it's an instant reaction to the car.
That might slow the speeding around that curve for you.
Oh yeah, I think it'll deter it for sure.
But so that's one of the options we're looking at, though. All right, we beat that dead horse.
Yeah.
Yeah, that horse was dead a long time ago.
Yep.
All right, modernization committee. It sounds like we have a recommendation to move to Google Suite Workplace, a 3-year agreement and an amount of $1,425.60.
Correct.
Okay, so what are you recommending? I haven't heard of this Google Suite Workplace.
Well, we have Google Suite, right? And it's going to convert to Google Workspace.
Okay,
right?
and
And they have
so,
two options. They have a 1-year contract and a 3-year contract. And there's
Can-
not much difference in between the two. So, we looked at some of these packages, Facebook and stuff, and for the money, it seems the easiest transition. Megan, pipe in if you disagree. I don't know. That's what Megan and I came to.
Yeah, Mackenzie presented this at the last month, I guess.
Yes.
And so basically it's just that, we already have Google Suite. That's what we've been using. And they're just changing their name of it. And they've got a new, as I understand it, based on what Mackenzie described to me and to Art as well. They've changed it to this sort of package deal and renamed it and all that stuff. But it's seamless because it's the same product we've been using for. And so it was tabled at the last meeting because the board decided that we should look at cheaper options. And I mean, it's one of those things, you get what you pay for. So yeah, we can get things for free, but as a government, I don't really like free data storage.
no. Now I understand why I don't have any recollection of this. I wasn't at the last board meeting.
Oh,
Okay.
And if you look at recent history, over the last 3 years, the way we do business has changed significantly. I mean, we would never do Zoom meetings. We would never do any of the things that we're trying to do to improve our record modernization, to improve our communications within the board. So I think, this is the future, and I think we should just get the 3-year package and then see how it works from there.
Yeah, and it'll be the most seamless transition too, because the committee's already started to, and Mackenzie's done a lot of work already to try to transition a bunch of documents and stuff to Google Drive and, get all that set up. And Art and I have been meeting with that. And so it's what we're all most familiar with. It's what we've been, working with until now, and we'd have to move everything. And yeah. So we're back to.
So that's the cost right there.
Yeah.
So it's $118.80 per user per year. Is that what we're saying?
Correct.
And the $38.40 savings compared to our current cost.
Well, okay. So who are the current users? Okay, we got all the board members.
There's 12 licenses currently.
Okay, so who are they? I guess maybe that's what I should ask. We got 5 board members. So who are the other 7?
You've got some
It would be
consultants.
McKinsey and I don't know who she named specifically.
Michael.
Yeah, there's Mackenzie, Michael, I believe Bill.
Lee.
Bill's office. Do you have access to the Google Drive? I think you do.
I'm not aware of access to it.
I think Allison is using it.
Yes.
Christy, I don't have access to the Google Drive or the Google Vault.
You do. You have access to Drive. We all have access to
Well,
Drive.
We all
actually,
have access to it.
I actually sent Mackenzie screenshots last week to show her that when I try to access it, access is denied. So I'm not suggesting that it's not out there. I'm saying it's not set up properly because I can't get to it and I know how to get to it. So here's what I want to say about this product. And I do agree with you, Megan. It doesn't make sense to switch to a whole new platform. And this platform has everything we could possibly use or need on it. The concern that I have with it is this suite of products was licensed in 2014 for an unknown amount of money and has been renewed each year. Most recently, July of 2020 for $2,500 a year is what we're paying for that license. Sometime shortly after the licensing of the G Suite and its companion Vault software, the MUD paid almost $2,000 for a then Severn Trent employee to attend training on how to use this product. By my estimation, the district has spent nearly $20,000 on a product that is not in use. Access to folders created only 5 months ago are no longer accessible, and access to the vault is denied even to the product administrator. Mackenzie did say she couldn't get into it either. So why do we need to keep vault? What are we using the vault for?
I don't know, but I think what I understand, well, Mackenzie, of course, could answer all these questions better than I can. What I understand is that we don't, I
We're
don't.
not fully utilizing it yet. We need to fully utilize
We
it.
need training.
I
Is
don't
that
know
what
if
you're
we-
saying?
I don't know if we can pull out, because now the way they do the packages, it's like cable, you know, where it's like, well, you get, it's a package. So
You can
can't-
buy
it's not
business
a la carte
standard.
anymore.
You can buy business standard that doesn't include the vault, or you can buy business plus that does. And what she's recommending is the business plus. And I have no objection if you'll tell me what we're using the vault for. Otherwise, we don't need business plus. We just need business standard.
I don't know what the vault is supposed to do. What, I mean, is that just the
I believe the vault is the archive. That's where you can
Yes.
archive everything. And I'm going to tell you, yes, this has been a discussion that's been going on for years. And we did go through training. Patricia started this program, I want to say 4 years ago.
No,
So
7.
you're right. And we did the training, and we've been using it for 5 years actually in another district. And that's what I just brought up. It's something that we're very familiar with. And during this COVID time, it would have been really nice to have access to it. So I think
we did have that.
It's $1,400. I would say you move forward with it and let's start using the system.
Hey, wait a minute.
Let's stop looking back and let's look forward.
Let us be very clear here. We've had the product for 7 years. We've invested $20,000 in it, and we can't get access set up straight. And you want us to go forward?
Agree with you, Linda. We need to get access to it for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well,
So we'll get it done.
Tell me what we are going to use the vault for and who has the experience to use it.
Well, I mean, I can tell you that I've used the Google Suite in another district for 5 years. Mackenzie has experience in it. Lee has experience in it. You guys just need to be trained. And if we just move forward and start using it, that's how you're going to get trained.
But here's the thing. I know how to use it. I was using it and the access is gone. I don't need training. I know how to use it, but the access isn't set up right.
I'm not sure why your access is. I'll have to look into that, Linda, and why you don't have access.
I'll send you Mackenzie's email where she doesn't have access to it either. And here's another something about this product that I found today. We don't need 12 user licenses. We need 5 to cover all the board members. We need 1 or 2 extra if Bill's office is going to have access to it, and even if he does, we don't need a user license for him. He can come in on a group license. The only user licenses that they count are those that have emails attached. And to administer the product, you don't need an email account. You need an administrator access code, and those come free with the package. So the whole thing has not been set up properly, and it doesn't work. I'm suggesting before we upgrade to Business Plus, we get what we have working. At least everyone needs to have access to the tool that already exists, that's been sitting there for 7 years. And then if we can all get access to it and touch it, then you should come back and ask us to upgrade. But to upgrade a product that we have not had in use for the entire 7 months I've been on this board seems absolutely ludicrous.
I don't think it's an upgrade. This is the closest package, as Mackenzie described it, to what we currently have. It's not an upgrade. It's a continuation of what we have.
Right. It's a rebranded product with a new name, and the Vault used to be an add-on feature, and now it's bundled into the Business Plus. But if we can't access the Vault, if we don't have anything out there and don't have a plan to put anything out there, We don't need Business Plus. We could use Business Standard.
Okay, so what I'm hearing you say is that if we do not approve this, okay, I'm just saying, then we could lose all the backup that we have because we won't have a system. Because what Megan is saying is that it's what we're already using. And so what we're trying to do is decide, are we going to keep it or are we letting it go?
No, you've misunderstood. We don't lose what we have. That remains. We have a license for it. We've been paying annual renewal fees on it for 7 years. We don't lose what we have. We would lose the vault because it's been separated from the standard package. We would lose that. But if we're not using it, if there's nothing in there, do we need it at all? What's the plan to use it, and when and how? Without that information, why are you buying software that you're not going to use? We have this product for 7 years unused.
Okay, so, okay, you get valid points. What's our timeline for this? Christy, do you know? I mean, we can retain what we have right now for some time, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is that the plus is no longer available. Like you said, Linda, this is just switched over. They've rebranded and they've bundled more into it. So I don't think you have the option to pick and choose what apps you want and which apps you don't want.
Christy, it's not a matter of my choosing. It's the way they've bundled their product. Business Standard has everything Business Plus does minus the vault.
Okay, and
But
Business
doesn't the
Standard.
vault allow you to retain and then allow people in and out, export to
They both
users
do
and
that.
stuff
They
like
both
that?
do that. They both have that feature. The vault has advanced endpoint management. Does anybody know what that is? And
No.
that's my
That's for
point.
the,
That's my point. We need to have more information, not just run out here and do an upgrade because our vendor says it's a good idea. Let's find uses for these products first and then decide what we need. And if we need the vault because there's a plan to use it, by all means, do that. But until that happens, it's throwing good money after bad. We've already invested $20,000 in this product and are not using it.
Okay, so with Vault, you can retain, hold, search, export users, Google Workspace data. You can use the Vault for the following: messages, Drive, chat,
group
Meet,
messages, yeah. I'm reading
group
it too.
meetings. Okay, so group messages, Google Voice, Classic Hangouts. I don't care about Hangouts.
I mean, I can show you, let me show you real quick. I just want to give I know the committee has looked at this with Mackenzie. This is not your district, but this is a district that I mentioned has been using Google Suite for 5 years. And the reason we have so many licenses on there is that each consultant is responsible for uploading their own documents.
I like that.
So Herb uploads his own documents. So here I've got the engineering, they upload their own documents. If I go to this particular folder, this is my folder, I go to board packet. We've been using it since 2016. If I go to 2021, you guys will have access to all of my reports in one folder.
I love that. You're talking to the right person. I love this product. I am telling you, we do not have it set up in this district and we've owned it for 7 years.
But that's what we're trying to do now.
Yeah, that's what our committee's been working on. And that's so there's a really good start to it already that Mackenzie's been working on. And Art and I met with Sage as kind of the first vendor, or contractor that we've been working with to do exactly what Christy's saying. So that
Christy, can you get into our Google Drive, our suite?
I could, but off the fly, I've got to find the passcode and all that. No, so I can't do it.
Megan, I cannot see folders out there and I cannot get into the vault. So
But Linda, here's the thing. We need to look into that and find out why. But I'm telling you that the program itself is a wonderful program. It's $1,400 a year.
I use it, Christy. I know how to use it. I know how wonderful it is. What I am telling you as a steward of the tax dollar is you don't spend $20,000 on a product you're not using. And if we've already done that, before we spend another dime, I want to know what the plan is for its use. In particular, the vault, because the standard we will have without spending another dime.
So is the standard free?
Okay, no, can, instead of arguing, I think you just showed us, Christy, what this can do, what it should be doing, and what we need to learn on our own on how to work this. So I'm saying, can we make a motion so that we can accept this as what the committee, what we want to do, and stop arguing about it so we can move forward?
I have a question for Christy about can you explain how other districts that you work with use the vault?
Well, the vault is new. I have not used the vault. So all I really use is the drive.
Okay.
But,
Okay.
okay, so, but
We
they're
have
talking
Google Drive
about
already.
meetings, the vault sounded like it was a place to do what, meetings? Is that was it?
I mean, I know it's on mine, so this has been upgraded because I mean, I see it right here. The vault, but I'm going to tell you, I don't know that I've never used it. I couldn't tell you what it does, but I don't have access to it.
That's what I have on ours too. So here's the thing. We don't have to do anything today, nothing, because we have a license that's good at least until July and probably longer. I do not know because Mackenzie was not able to find the original license agreement. So until we have that, we don't have anything expired. Everything we have is already bought and paid for. Let's figure out how to use it first before we go spending more money on a product that might, why would we want to include the vault if we don't know how to use it?
Well, we're not going to learn how to use it until we get it. That's
Well,
and we're saving money.
Well,
This is less than what we paid last year.
I just cannot wrap my head around the way some of you guys think about money. It's not your personal checkbook. It is the public's money.
Can I make a recommendation?
Hold on.
Let's table this until we can do some more research.
And if you were just the committee,
Megan, you and I we'll benchmark the other MUDs to see how they use it, the members use it, and then we'll come back with some answers. How's that?
that's wonderful. Would somebody in that committee get my access set up before the end of the week so I can use it?
Well, Mackenzie has to do that, and I don't have. He's
that's-
the administrator.
Let me work on that. I can log in and see what's going on with access. I need to probably get with Bill. I probably need to get with you on a couple of items on access, because I believe there's some legal issues going on with that too.
So can I ask some questions? So I'm looking at this, what is Google Vault? And so Google Meet, recordings and associated chat. So is there some sort of video conference built into Google now? Is that what I'm trying?
Yes.
And so that would save the district money if you were to do away with Zoom. You wouldn't have to pay for the Zoom if you used Google Meets.
Okay. And then
when we had our security meeting last week, I asked you to try it because we already have it. I said, Catherine, try using Google Meets with me. Let's just test it. And you wanted to use Zoom. You wouldn't even give it a shot.
I have never heard of Google Meets. Yeah.
Check my email for the security meeting and you'll see where I've asked you to give it a shot.
All right.
Wow.
So can we, just for the focus of time, can we say let's let Megan and I review this again, and we have time, like you said,
Yeah.
Linda, we
Well,
have time.
we're gonna have to make a
Let's see
decision
how we
next
can use
month,
it.
though,
We
right?
can come back with how the members can actually use it and who actually really needs this suite, this G Suite. How's that?
And Christy, I did forward the McKinsey email. That's going to be a great starting place for you to figure out how to get the accesses corrected. Because if we can get out there on it and see what we have and how we can use it, then we could actually move forward on this product.
What I'm looking at right now is it is for archiving purposes so that you can set rules for how things get saved and archived over time.
That's the vault, right?
That's the vault.
Which would be great for all director emails that Catherine mentioned last couple of weeks ago. All that institutional knowledge that gets lost when emails get whacked away. This would be a great use for the vault, but first we have to be certain that we can make it work, because if we can't make it work, we don't need to spend money on it. Then we can use the 5 terabytes and store emails that way. Yes, Art, I like your suggestion. I think a little more research. I think making sure that all board directors have access to the complete G Suite. The folders is the only thing I can't get to.
Yeah, I didn't realize we spent that much money on it initially.
So
But
what are the,
I mean, for now, I mean, it's a drop in the bucket, but I agree with you. I think we should learn what we have available on this, both the vault and the workspace, and see how to use it. And then start from there and really get some
build
kind of procedure for all of us to start utilizing these tools.
Yep. I couldn't agree with you more. Build on what you know and what you have.
so
Don't try and do
who-
it right.
what do people know about Google Voice?
I have
It-
no idea.
The voice recognition where you talk instead of type.
Well, voicemails, transcripts, call logs. I think that Google has got some sort of telephone over IP through Google. I think that that's what that is.
Voice over
Well,
IP.
it's also that Linda's right. It'll type up everything for you because some of the schools are using part of this Google as well
It's voice
for the
recognition.
workspace.
Hey, Christy, can you give me a name of one of the MUDs that you talk to that uses this right now so I can speak to them? Or you don't have to give it to me now, but just send me an email with it.
Well, Art, what I would recommend, I mean, I know I'm stepping in Mackenzie's place while she's out. I've used this system, like I said, for several years. Let me meet with you and Megan and show you what it does. We can research the upgrades, or not upgrades, but the changes that Google's making. And that's really what it is. I don't think it's an upgrade. It's just changes that they're making. This happens quite often in this world with technology. So you and I and Megan can get together, review what we're doing in another district, and I can bring another board member in on that conversation as well. But you already have the devices, right?
Mhm.
What do you
We
mean
do.
the devices?
Your iPads?
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, the point of buying the iPads was to be able to have some type of system like this to be able to use to archive that information and be able to pull that information. So we're in a transition between Mackenzie and myself. So if Megan, you and Art will get together before, the next board meeting, and let's review it. Let's get the questions answered that Linda's looking for and the rest of the board, and make sure that if we move forward, we're actually going to be able to use the system.
Thank you. That's all I'm really asking.
Are you guys okay with that?
Yes, I'm
Yes.
okay with that.
Fine.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good.
Okay.
Are you okay with that, Megan?
Yep, that's fine.
Okay. All right.
And then what? And then we're going to come up with some standards, then, right?
Exactly.
In terms
That's
of how
exactly
things
what I
are-
want to do. I want to
Yeah,
come up
and
with
how things are
standards.
organized. Yes.
And that's part of our committee, organizing the records, modernizing them. So,
And once you make those standards, we can all put them out there in your drive the way you want them, and anyone will be able to find them. But until you've done that basic groundwork, we're just going to have another product that sits.
Well, you got to start using the product, to learn
Well,
it.
and we have to start using it.
I need to have access to it before I can use it.
All right. So are we on budget committee now?
Yeah, we've talked about lots of stuff with the budget committee. We're gonna have more of it next week. How about
Okay.
that?
All right, and then I guess item number 8 is, it looks like McKinsey has consulted with 3 contractors for the work at Old Mill.
Oh, yeah. Do we
We're
have
waiting
any
to hear
idea?
back.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm anticipating it's gonna be September by the time the building is occupiable again. I could be wrong.
Oh, a lot longer than September.
Oh, you think so? I think I'm being optimistic.
Well, because the cost of materials and nobody's got time to work for you. So, but I have a question for you, Christy. The water damaged furniture, plants, et cetera, that were moved into the conference room on 1000 Old Mill, is the plan to reuse those items?
I don't have an answer for you on that. If the items are still in good condition, I would assume so.
Oh, I don't think they are. I think someone needs to take a really close look. A lot of it was water damaged. If it's not going to be used, do you think you could go ahead and get your dumpster out there and remove them from the conference room? Because there's no point in leaving that room filled with stuff that's going to go in the trash.
Oh, you're talking about stuff that was in the office.
Yes. And the kitchen, we know the refrigerator will be kept in that, but there's a whole bunch of paper and snacks and just a whole bunch of stuff that looks like it's just been abandoned. If somebody will go through there, keep what you want, get rid of the rest. That'll take us one step closer to getting back in that building.
So we'll do an Operation Clean Sweep.
Hey, that's a great idea. Hey, aren't we due for a big dumpster out there anyways? Catherine?
Probably so. It's in your contract.
Art, when is the normal?
It was supposed to be in April.
Well, here we go. Christy, you guys can fill up the dumpster first.
Yeah.
We will clean it out. Got it on the list, Linda.
I'm gonna put on the next meeting agenda, the, what do you call that, Art, when the dumpsters come? Spring cleaning?
Bulk day. Isn't it called bulk day? A bulk pickup. There you go. Bulk
drop
quarterly or semi-annually bulk
drop off. Drop off.
Drop off. There you go.
Yeah.
Whatever that is, we'll talk about it on Wednesday, and if we get it in time, then Infomart can load their stuff in there.
So you're thinking, Linda, that it might be Thanksgiving?
I'm thinking longer. I think you're way
Well,
I hope not.
Estimates come back in. Usually when they provide an estimate, they'll give us a time frame on when they think they could complete the project. But just know that completing it during this time, it's going to cost you a lot more, but it is what it is right now.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That's really all I have on my report, unless you guys have any other items you would like to discuss.
Nope. I think we
No.
beat that dead horse.
No.
We only had one horse and it died 2
Yeah, no, we beat a lot of dead horses. So.
It died like 2 hours ago.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, can you stop sharing?
I can.
Yeah, okay. So the next agenda
Yes, Megan?
item.
Do you know if we're gonna get, when I was reviewing the minutes today, I saw that we were gonna get a updated list of water accounts that are still in arrears because we were stopping the cutoffs and stuff this month. And so we were supposed to get an update in June about like where we are with all of that. Was that something that we would get at next week's?
Yes, I've got it on the list. So I can provide that to the board next week. And we're looking at coming out of the COVID and going back to normal disconnection procedures.
Right. And so when I talked with Mackenzie the last time, she was thinking it was going to be with the next meter read in July. That's when all the red tagging was going to start. And that's why we've had such a big push to try to get people on a payment plan to get caught up.
And what would be nice to know also, Christy, is how many people took that offer of a payment plan? Because the number was like over 150 starting out. How many did we reduce it by that took the offer of a payment plan? And also in that same motion that did all this, it was on the April 28th meeting. Mackenzie was asked to produce a packet of materials that was going to go to those families that were so far behind, hadn't made a payment. This is all water, not fines, just water. She was going to put together a packet that we could review, that she could deliver to them, to let them know that if they have a medical condition in that property, any reason why we could not turn off that water, we were going to give them an opportunity to tell us before we did it.
Well, I mean, our billing system has notes in it. If there's a medical condition, we have that in the billing system and we won't shut that water off.
What if there are new residents that have not entered that into the system because they've not been in this predicament before?
Well, I understand where you're going with that, Linda, and I know that's a lot of work to go through accounts that are past due, to reach out and give them a packet. They're going to receive. So this month, I believe, is the first month your bills will go out with the late fees on them. And then in July, we actually start the disconnect. So it's going to start that whole process where they get a bill, then they get a letter mailed to them, and then they get a red tag on their door. So I mean, a resident should be reaching out to the utility company when they get that red tag or when they get their bill to find out what they can do, if there's any hardship that family has, if there's a payment plan and so forth. I mean,
Christy,
I think it's them should be reaching out to us rather than.
Under normal circumstances, I would agree with you. But since everybody has been allowed to not do the normal things for over a year now, I think it would be presumptuous of us to assume that just because we recognize that times have changed, that our customers have not. That's why I did it with a motion and it was approved by the board. So really, it's not a discussion item at this point. That information was due on May 10th and it has not arrived. And there should not be that many. We had agreed that those people that were in the biggest predicament, that red tag notice would include a packet of information for them about what they could do to help themselves. That's what we all agreed to. So I think
So that's fine. If it's a red tag and it's including some information that maybe links them back to the website, I don't know. I'll have to look into it again. It's a transition for me, Linda, so I'll have to look into what was voted on.
And I think it's too late to have that package made. But I do want to point out that it does me no good to make a motion if the people responsible for carrying it out are not doing it. It alters the public record. And that is something I'm not a fan of. Okay,
so right now, what's going to start happening this month is people are going to start getting their bill is going to start having late payments on it. Is that what's going on?
Yes, the June bills will have the late fee. So we're going back to normal process. The June bills has a late fee. If they don't pay on time in July, they get assessed the late fee and they go into disconnection process.
Which I believe that everybody was called though.
I think
Houston group, yes, the Houston group, I believe, has called everyone.
150 residents?
That's what I heard. Now, if these people all answered, I don't know.
Yeah, that's really the issue, is that we can keep reaching out to them, but if they're not answering us, then we can't do anything about that. It's sort of like not opening your water bill.
Well, you know what I found out is that all during that COVID March through whenever it ended, people were getting red tags on the doors too. I didn't realize that was happening at the same time. So now they have no effect anymore. For a year, people have had a red tag on their door, but they've not had a fine assessed to their bill and they've not had their water shut off. So it's the wolf thing here. You've done it for a year. They have no information to alert them that this time it's really going to happen.
Linda, I don't believe we've hung tags. We've had a no tag for quite some time.
Take a look at the reports. Every one of the management reports since March of 2020 will identify how many tags were hung, and every month tags were hung.
As a visual cue that you're not paying your water bill.
Exactly. Yes, fines were not assessed and water was not turned off, but those
No, so I'm
tags,
looking at the report right here. We mailed 163 letters, but we have not tagged anybody. And the letter specifically says that we are not disconnecting. So I believe the delinquent letter is being modified now with this, the new, now that you're going back to a new process. So these people that are delinquent, this 163 letters that we mailed, no tags, no disconnects, their delinquent letter is going to be modified that they will be disconnected. Please call our office to set up a payment plan.
Yeah.
We've done this at 150 other districts already.
And how is it
We are
working?
all adults, is how I feel about that.
Well, yeah, and you know,
That's
my
part of
thing is,
owning a home.
well, you gotta, we all have to pay the freight, you know?
Yeah.
So I think
We've
that
been, I mean, we have gone over,
about it, or
if we lived, no, I'm gonna argue this one. If we lived in Austin or if we lived in Cedar Park, you would already be shut off. Thank God we live in the little area that we do.
well, you know, that comes with pros and cons.
yeah, but I definitely do, you know, the delinquent letter that they're going to receive is going to have that modified language on there that please contact our office if you're having a hardship to set up a payment plan.
Okay. Okay, what's next? Okay, are we ready to move to agenda item 6? And this is a resolution. We've talked about this in the past, where if you remember correctly, we had a $3,000 exemption, homestead exemption for people over 65 or who were disabled. And one of the things that Linda and I did as part of our first budget meeting is we met with Michael and then Chris, I don't remember what her last name is, but she's our bond lady, if I remember correctly. And we had a long discussion about where we wanted to put this. And Linda and I are recommending that we increase the exemption to $15,000. And Linda, off the top of my head, I don't remember what we estimated this was translating into.
Approximately $34,000 reduction in revenue.
Right.
To give senior citizens that we know of, about 350 of them in the neighborhood, the ability to have a $15,000 MUD tax exemption in Williamson and Travis County.
You're right. So a homestead, you know, it's a homestead exemption of $15,000.
It's like a homestead.
Yeah, it's like a home. It's like a homestead, right?
So you're saying it's gonna go up to 4,500?
No. We're saying that we're right now the exemption is $3,000, and we're recommending that it goes up to $15,000. And remember, this is just coming off your appraised value. We're not talking, and so we're just reducing the amount of tax that is going to be calculated. And right now, because we know the number of residents who qualify for the exemption, we are able to make an estimate that we're talking about $34,000 in tax revenue.
That we will not be receiving.
Right.
So what's the average cost savings for a homeowner?
It's 34 cents per 100. So if somebody wants to do the math on that, it's not a lot, but it's only the start. It's only the start, right, Catherine? We have other ideas.
Yes, we have other ideas. So, so is it 34 cents, 0.34 cents? Well, how, I'm trying to think how many, it's what, times 200? What? 300.
100.
Yeah, 300.
I'll take
Eh,
it. I'm not eligible, but I'll take it.
Well, let me put it this way. 34 cents times 450, $153. That's what we're looking at.
You know, every little bit is going to make a difference. And the other suggestion Catherine had was going to be a more noticeable relief to everybody. Remember that?
Yes, yes. And that's why
We're
we
going
want
to
to
talk
have,
about it on Wednesday.
yes, we're going to talk about it on Wednesday.
So can you go back to what we had said last month? Because wasn't it 3,000?
Yeah, that's what the current exemption is. And see, and I didn't even know that there wasn't an exemption. So the current exemption, and Bill, correct me if I'm wrong, if you file for, being over 65 or being disabled one place, they apply it every place that it's eligible.
Yeah,
So
it's my understanding if you go to the county and you file for the over 65 or disabled exemption, fill out the right paperwork for your homestead, that it'll apply to all jurisdictions. We're just one of the taxing jurisdictions that they're in.
Yeah.
What did you find out about Travis County, Bill?
Yeah, I think Allison sent the report to you. So you had a resident who had inquired at Travis County and said Travis County told him there was no $3,000 MUD1 exemption. You recall that? And so we contacted the county, and Allison worked with someone there to research it. And they actually came back and said, we don't have any record of your $3,000 exemption in Travis County. And we have provided the documentation that was done by the prior attorney in 1989. That's how long ago it was. So we asked Travis County representative that had researched it, did you have the exemption and did it fall off for some reason? Because it couldn't go away without a board order unless it was an inadvertent mistake. But they claim that it was never put into their system, is what they claim.
And Bill, when I looked at that document, it does not have a stamp from Travis County on it. It just says Williamson County.
No, the documents that the prior attorney did get recorded separately in both counties. I have stamp, but what they're saying at the tax office is it wasn't submitted to like the appraisal district directly. And right now there's no requirement that it be recorded in the deed records. I don't know if there was a requirement back in 1989 or if the lawyers, the prior law firm thought it would be a good idea. But I cannot explain why Travis County didn't have it. They have accepted our paperwork, the $3,000 paperwork from the past, and it's now in the system for $3,000. I know that doesn't help people that tried to get it last year, year before, but that's the answer we got from Travis County.
So what I heard you say was we filed all the paperwork and but it didn't get to the appraisal district in order
Well,
to get into
no,
the system.
I'm saying that's pretty much what they're saying, based upon the documentation that was done by the prior attorney in '89. When we look at that, I do not believe that they failed to send it to Travis County. I do not believe that. They sent it to Williamson County. They recorded in both counties. To think that they forgot to send it to Travis County, I don't believe that happened. Now I don't have any transmittal letters, from the files or anything, but I think what happened is probably somewhere along the line, Travis County made a change and somehow it dropped out of the system. But again, I can't prove that.
You mean like they had a system upgrade or something like that?
Human
and
or human error one year when they're looking at the exemptions. I don't know. And I can't prove that either. But
they had a system migration and forgot to migrate all the data from the old system to the new system.
You're not
I don't know the answer, but they have put in their system now going forward. And if you make this change tonight and we get it to them, it will go in for this next tax year because June is the deadline to do that.
Right. And so that's the reason why we're coming back right now. So just to clarify the timelines, I think it was March, if I remember, and as a taxpayer to file for the exemption. And then it's this month that we have to, if we're going to make a change to as a taxing organization, we have to make a change to our exemption, and has to be filed this month.
That's
So
correct.
why we're taking care of it now, because they need that much more time in order to.
So people that fall in that category that have not gone to the appraisal district and said, I want this exemption, they're not going to get the benefit this year because they missed the cycle. But anyone that had done it previously that's in that category would get the benefit of what you might do tonight.
And here's something that I did learn from Travis County as well, and not personally, that lady who reported this this glitch to me. Travis County will honor back 2 years, but only 2 years. So if they've put it in their system and acknowledged that it should have been there, anybody in the Travis County side that's a senior that didn't get it could apply to get it for the past 2 years. Back pay, if you will. I don't know how you pay that.
But that would require the county admitting that they had it and you didn't insert it, I assume.
Oh, did they not do that? No,
they're not admitting anything. They're just saying that they never had it in their records ever.
Right, that whole thing then, because now they're claiming that when you gave it to them, that's the start date.
Yeah, correct. The person we talked to, now we haven't dug in and fought them about it, or gone higher up on the chain or asked them to do additional research. But the person that reported said that they checked all the records, going back to '89, and it was never put in their system.
So we try to move forward with the big 15K and hope, hope to get it right. I don't know what to tell you.
It's like, really, we're supposed to double check that they did their job right. That's what I'm hearing.
If you were 65, you wouldn't even know what you were looking for.
Yeah.
Well, if you approve this, we'll make sure it gets properly submitted and confirm that it's in for this cycle. Now we don't usually confirm it every year. We don't go back and look at it every year. We might want to do it next year just to be sure that it's stuck a little bit, but yeah, I was very surprised to get that report back from them.
Okay.
Catherine,
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion.
Please make a motion.
I make a motion that we approve the resolution to up the MUD tax exemption to 15,000, effective.
Well, it's effective when we approve it, but it's for this category, Linda.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I meant.
All right.
Okay, I will second that. Okay, so I'm sure the rest of the board is going to have some more questions. The way I looked at it when we were talking about, well, what is this going to cost me? And I said, about the same amount of money it cost us to clean up after the storm. That's what it cost us. That's how I looked at it. And I said, you know what? This was a good trade-off.
But we're giving something to 350 people who could probably use the help.
Well, the other thing that occurred to me is, because one of the things we talked about was, we know how many people have exemptions for their tax, have filed for the over 65 or the disabled exemption. But that number doesn't really line up with the number of people that Waste Management is talking about.
We're off by 150.
How many? I'd missed that. How many?
Maybe 100, maybe 125, maybe 125.
Well, I'm having a hard time believing that all of those 125 people are tenants. You know what I'm saying? I think that as part of publicizing this, that we should have some sort of an outreach that talks about, you can get a discount for your for being elderly or disabled for your waste management services, and please file for your taxes also.
Done for the waste management service. That's already on the website.
Yeah.
Instructions on how to get that adjusted through Infomark. Megan, correct me if they need a copy of their driver's license?
I don't recall,
Okay,
Christina.
I think that's what it says in the box. Send in for Mark a copy of the driver's license. They'll update it in their system, and then Waste Management will start picking them up as seniors as well.
So just out of curiosity, it's been such a long time since I set up water service. Do you collect the birth dates of people
Well,
setting up the accounts?
If you give them their driver's license, then they do record that. That's how Mackenzie knew, or at least that's what she told me, how she was able to give Waste Management a number of how many seniors we had in the district. But she can only base, and then she also said, this is also a caveat, if the person who set up the utility record is not 65, then you know,
Yeah.
you got that issue. But maybe another member of the household is. So I don't know how you want to deal with that, but
Well, the reason I was thinking is if you know how old the person who's the account holder is, you can automatically, just give them the senior discount on for the waste service.
but the problem with that is it would be tied to the address, and if the house sold and new.
Yes, exactly. I know nothing's easy. I agree.
It's something to consider though for the future. We should just make a conscious effort to bounce those numbers against each other once a year after tax appraisals come out to see if we're
Closer, hopefully.
Closer.
Yeah, closer. Okay. So like I said, do any of the other board members have any questions?
Yeah, so how was 15,000 decided on?
By how much it would impact the budget.
Exactly.
We don't have a real budget yet. We couldn't go crazy because there's also a very serious consideration that we have to take into account this year because our bond debt is now so low. We cannot collect more than a percentage over. It's a math thing. We are really tethered to a smaller number. So
Yeah.
we do not want to cut the budget short for these infrastructure repairs that we need. We also need to almost double the holding account we should have a year's worth of expenses stored in an account. We are only got 6 months in there. So we know we have to build up some revenue storage somewhere. So we didn't risk going too heavy on the reduction in the budget until Chris Lane and Michael Luft can get us closer to what our revenue is going to be. Because right now we don't know what our revenue is going to be from taxes. It is going to reduce considerably because our debt has reduced so considerably. And we can only collect so much over our debt, which was news to me and shocking.
Well, yeah, you didn't realize.
I thought we would have a $4.2 million budget for the next couple of years going forward, but that is not going to be the case.
No, a couple of years ago, they passed legislation that really constrained the benchmark for a recall for rate increases. It went from 8 down to 3. That's huge. Yeah.
3.5.
Yeah. So I agree with Linda in the sense that this is sort of like the beginning. Once we do this next year, we're going to have and we have a much better understanding in terms of what our reserves are going to need to be, because like I said, we are looking to increase our reserves on a yearly basis because we are anticipating having to make, aging infrastructure repairs. And
are you all going to meet with Chris?
Yeah, we've done it once and we're going to be meeting again. So I was just happy with, $30,000. That's how much we spent to do all of the limb pickup. That was just an unexpected $30,000 and it's like, okay, that sounds like a good compared to where we were. Well, it's 5 times more than where we were. That's how I looked at it.
So that's what you're going to tie to the budget for revenue reductions?
Yeah, we're going to know at least that much. And what we're kind of hoping to do, and really this is for Wednesday, is find other avenues where we can also reduce costs to all residents.
Yes.
That we can feel immediately, not wait for taxes.
Right.
So,
right.
But again, we're shooting in the blind here because we don't have the appraised values for the neighborhood yet. So we don't know what our revenue is going to be, and we are limited to how much we can collect. And Chris, if I'm not mistaken, said our tax rate would be correct me, Catherine, did she say 5 cents on the dollar? Which
No, we're at
we're at
34.
34 now, but when our bond debt is paid off,
Oh,
5 cents on the dollar?
it's gonna be, yeah, it's
Really?
gonna, yeah.
Real
And like and you know, I'll repeat myself. I've said it, you know, my goal is to be significantly lower than Cedar Park when this is all said and done. But it also means that we're gonna have to, you know, be looking further out and budgeting for these long-term infrastructure things. So any other
A
questions?
lot on the table. No?
There's a lot of spinning plates.
It was much more complicated than my personal checkbook. Let me be really clear about that, because there are so many rules about what you can and cannot collect, how much you can collect, and what you do with it.
And you know, and remember, our goal has always been, from a budgeting point of view, is to always be revenue neutral. And we're always looking at what is the average tax rate per resident. And so we're not looking to be increasing our revenue right now. And we are going to be having, I think Williamson County, Cedar Park, Leander said they've set records in terms of what the appraised value is, which means the increases, which means we're going to have a huge reduction in the rate just to stay even. And I think it's been average of 4 cents every single year we've been on the board.
I think it's 0.39 right now.
3.4. It's 3.4.
3.4?
Yeah, but I'm talking about we've been going down 4 cents a year every year.
Oh, yeah.
I'm thinking we're probably going to be closer to 10 cents this year, because the appraised values have gone up so dramatically.
Well, you want to keep in par with what they're paying now, yeah. Because
Yeah.
the appraised values are going to be so high. There's a house that sold down the street from me for $599.
We're still trying to figure out, though, if what that does to the appraised value, is it keyed off of what the new owner paid for the house, or what it was appraised for plus 10%?
I think they use a weighted average, Linda.
Art, is yours, like, I know the house on the street from me sold for 500, but how it worked is they listed it at, where they listed at like 350, and then the 350 to the 500 ended up being in cash.
Yeah.
Anything that was over the asking price or over what it actually was worth, like what Linda was asking. So whatever it's over, they actually had to pay in cash.
Yeah.
Because the bank won't approve, they're not up to the market value, so the bank won't approve it.
No.
So I don't know
Anyway.
how that happened. You'll have to find out how that happened down the street with you, because
It's
as long as it's happening in cash, then hopefully it's not going to hurt us as bad. But
Doesn't change what the property sold for. That's going to be recorded. So we'll know better after Chris Lane and Michael Luft get this year's appraisals. And I think he said July was when they would have them. And then we'll know all those houses that sold for $500,000 plus. We'll see if they show up on the appraisal record that way,
yeah.
for what they sold for, not what they were appraised for last year. And then I told Catherine, if it was a $250,000 house that sold for 500, we're going to get double the revenue off that house.
Right.
Right.
Another thing, it just occurred to me. I wonder what the appraised value happened with the senior facility on El
Senior
Solito.
facility, yeah.
Oh,
Probably
because
really
that's-
high.
Well, that's our largest property in the district. So I'll be curious as to what happened there.
I looked at it. It didn't go up that much.
Really? Are you serious?
They must, yeah, it's business. It must not work the same as residential, or maybe it should be residential. I don't know. I was disappointed.
Yeah.
I was disappointed. I thought it would net us a lot more, but it didn't.
Okay. So if we have anything more to discuss, I'll go ahead and, if not, I'll go ahead and call the vote. So Linda,
Yes.
Beth,
yes.
Megan,
Yes.
Art,
Yes.
and I vote yes too. Okay, so where is come on. There we
Meeting
go.
minutes responsibility.
Oh, yeah, is that the next one? Okay.
Mhm.
Meeting minutes responsibility. Okay, so I guess this is from a couple of meetings ago when I talked about, this is agenda number 7, when I talked about having talked with other, I've been talking with other mud boards, and the thing that came forward was the attorneys took care of the minutes, and it did not matter, what meeting it was, whether it was DRC or whatever, the attorneys took care of the minutes. I personally would like to move to having the attorneys take care of the minutes.
I second that motion.
Okay.
That was fast. Wow.
I have no argument for that. So
They
let's,
do a really good job. I looked at some and I know it wasn't Allison, but I'm sure she does them as well. It's simple, short, sweet, so easy to get through. I loved it. It was great.
Okay. Well, okay. I'm going to assume I'm going to take that as a second.
That
So
wasn't-
what other comments do we have from the rest of the board?
Sorry, Catherine, I had to run and get my computer charger. That was a motion for Bill's office to do the minutes?
Yeah, to move that away from Infomark and Sage and have it all be done by one person. Okay, yeah. So anybody else have any other anything to add to the conversation?
Catherine, can I just clarify the process? We talked about it at a meeting. Our office will be happy to take on the obligation to do the minutes. It sounds like the motion is for all meetings, which is fine, which is fine as well. So the process we follow is we have a legal assistant attend the meeting. In this case, it'll be Allison Nix. She's the primary legal assistant on your account. And I've already talked to her. There's no problem with your meeting schedule. And then the legal assistant is primarily responsible for preparing the minutes. So I do very little on the minutes. I do a real quick review when they're done. The legal assistant does the work on it. So you will obviously see some increase in legal services for that, but we have found it to be very efficient. We think we produce a good product and we do it fairly quickly, so you won't have a lag in the minutes. And so I just wanted to explain how that process would work, because if you approve this, then the next meeting, Allison will be part of the meeting.
Okay, so let me ask a follow-up question then. So let's just say, you do the minutes on next Wednesday. Would you, after you finish the meeting minutes, would you then just send them out to the rest of the board so that the board would be able to see them as soon as you were finished with them? Is that your process?
We don't do that with other districts, but we'll be happy to do it with you.
Oh,
Normally,
I'm not asking.
What we have is we have one district, and it's the one Linda looked at, Senate Hills. They have a committee that looks at the minutes in advance and makes corrections, so we don't have to do the meeting. But we'll be happy to follow whatever process you want. But we do include the minutes, in the agenda packet.
Right.
If you want to preview them beforehand, that's fine too.
Well, Linda, what's your opinion? Mike, I would like to have the minutes out before the agenda packet, because
and the reason being that then when we get to the meeting, all the corrections have been identified and we can approve minutes every single meeting. And that way they're always current on the web. I like that idea of getting them as soon as they're ready, reviewing them and sending corrections, board vote at the next meeting.
We'll be happy to do that if that's what you want.
Okay, because I'm sure I'm not the only board member who's like getting the email and it's like, okay, now I've got to spend a half an hour reading minutes before as part of prepping for the meeting. So does anybody else have any opinions about how we should handle when we receive the minutes for review?
Catherine, if I could mention one thing, another district that we work on, and again, I'm going to go to the Google Drive. There is a folder in the drive that's draft minutes.
Oh.
and then there's final minutes. So the board has access to the draft minutes, and they are really just draft. And then once they're approved at the board meeting, they get moved over into the approved minutes. So
Okay,
that is another way of using the tool of the Google Drive. You have access to it and you can get to it whenever you want.
okay,
Great idea. As soon as it's working, I think we should implement that.
okay.
Well, I did get access to it and it's working, but I'm not going to go back to that dead horse.
You can send me an email.
Okay, so do we have any more comments about this issue?
I think it's a good move.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and call the vote. Linda,
Yes.
Beth,
Yes.
Megan,
Yes.
Art,
Yes.
I vote yes too. Okay, now we get to agenda number 8, our favorite things, minutes from prior regular meetings. Okay,
So it looks like you have 5 sets of minutes in the manager's packet.
that's in the
There's like
manager.
February 24, April 28, May 19, May 26, and June 1st.
I gave Lee corrections for 3 of them, and the other 2 I haven't looked at yet. But I promised her I'd have them all done by Wednesday. She does have corrections for 3 of them, and she's made most of them. Some of them I need to double check the video because we're not remembering the same thing. But other than that,
I had just a couple changes, and I didn't get to send them before because I looked at the minutes not too long before the meeting. But on May 19th, the May 19th minutes, page 3. Lee, I don't want to speak before you're on the where you need to be, so let me know when you're looking at it.
You said
Megan,
page 3.
Yeah, page 3 of May 19th.
Okay.
And that's bullet agenda item 3, bullet 2. So I think that's just should be just corrected to. I had noted that it says that I noted that a resident had contacted City of Cedar Park. It's that Gray Engineering had contacted City of Cedar Park.
Okay.
And maybe just clarify that Herb indicated that there will be no wall directly behind London Lane Pond due to slope and drainage, but there will be one directly behind the homes.
Okay, thank you.
And then May 26th, and this is one of those where it probably needs to be checked because I don't 100% trust my memory, but on page 3, let me see, there was a motion that Linda made about not charging residents for going out for those calls to reread a meter. I thought, but I could be wrong. I thought it says no seconds. I thought I seconded that. And then there was more discussion, at which point I asked you guys if you thought that the fee, the $30 fee, was a deterrent for people. And you said it was. And so then we had the vote and I voted no.
that's true. That is true. You did make the second, and then in discussion, when Christy said a lot of that happens in the summertime and it would be a drain on the tech, then you changed and you voted no. So you did give it a second, but it didn't make the vote.
Right. Okay. Because right now I think it says, Lee, no second.
No second. Right. I just saw it. I haven't reviewed that one yet, but that's a good catch. Yeah.
And then there's an amended motion after that says to approve the rate order change, to approve the rate order changes that Mr. Flickinger described, except for item H1, which Director Fobb did motion and you seconded it, but then voted no on.
Okay. So yeah, it probably just needs to be double checked with the video, because I thought there were two motions. There was one that Linda made, and then there was the first one that Linda made, and then. But as I said, I'm sorry, I didn't get a chance to actually check it. I'm just kind of going off memory. Let me see. Which is the meter read? River rate order changes. Does anyone else have any memory on that?
I remember it the way you do, and sometimes, and this is kind of where Lee and I get to on some of these, is one of us has to go back and look at the video because it's been too long and things happen so quickly. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I do recall being in that meeting and chiming in on this particular subject, and it passed. It passed that we would charge the residents for a reread fee. So I think the minutes say that it didn't pass, but it did.
So right above that screen is the one that didn't pass. There it is.
Yes, but this one says no. This is
Then
the-
there's one below it that says to accept the rate order as presented with all red lines, and then the additional change in from or to and from Mr. Flickinger, and that one passed.
So
I was gonna say, once we talked about it, I believe that we did go back on it, saying that we would allow it to be the $30 if they had to go out and reread a meter the second time, correct?
The first time, and if there was no change to the reading, then the customer will pay.
Yes.
So Lee, you might have had it right. It might have been a situation where Linda made the motion and then Bill suggested, hey, maybe you should phrase it this way or something. And so there was no second, and then made a new motion. I don't know. I'm trying
Yeah,
to.
there was an amended motion, and then that motion didn't pass. So then another motion was made that did pass that included that reread fee in the rate order.
Okay. So I think you might actually then have it right. Lee. Sorry. That was really confusing.
Okay, so, but it sounds like we still need to we still do a review and we need to finalize them on Wednesday. Am I following this correctly?
That would probably be best. There is one that we need to correct that's already published.
Oops, which one is that?
Hold on, I'm trying to find my note. Oh, here it is. A correction to the April 28th meeting minutes on page 7, agenda item 13, bullet number 3. It's noting that a former board member also requested, it says emails via open records requests, and has not received them. It wasn't emails that were requested, it was email addresses. Okay, the open records request was for email addresses, and they have been received. So that just needs to be corrected. I actually asked Lee to make the correction, not realizing that those minutes had already been approved. And then Bill told her that we can't correct approved minutes. We have to come back and do a revised correction. And that's what this is.
Okay.
Rather
Okay,
than
so-
it looking like Jana requested emails, she didn't. She requested email addresses.
So Bill, just in this situation where we are going to amend approved minutes, do we pull the old one off and off the website, and the new one is the one that sits up there, or do they both stay up?
No, you pull the old one, you put it up as a corrected version, so that only the corrected version's there. And historically, we've had this item here phrased this way that includes reconsideration of minutes previously approved with oral revisions. That's a little different than what we're saying here, but I don't know if you remember, Catherine and Art, but we would look at minutes and we'd make a lot of revisions, and then the minutes would come back to us for approval with all those revisions inserted, because sometimes we would discuss revisions at the meeting and they didn't show up properly, so we had to keep doing that. But I'm fine with a motion to correct a prior minute, and then this would get substituted for the one that's posted already.
Okay.
Do I need to make a motion?
Yeah, yes, it has to be a motion to correct the minutes.
Okay. I make a motion that we correct the minutes of April 28th, 2021 on page 7, agenda item 13, bullet number 3, noting that a former board member also requested email addresses via an open records request and has received them.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go ahead and call the vote then. Linda,
Yes.
Beth,
I'm not going to vote on that.
okay, Megan,
Yes.
Art,
Yes.
I vote yes too. Okay, so is that the only email minutes that we are going to approve tonight? And we're going to finish up the rest of them on next Wednesday?
We can approve June 1st because it was so easy and
Yeah, June 1st was
breeze.
just the executive session.
There was one.
And I motioned to
There
approve
was
those
one
minutes.
correction, but Lee got it and it's ready to go.
Okay, so we've got a motion from
Me.
Art. I'll go ahead and second that. Do we have any discussion?
I will ask that the correction was because when you ask for everyone to say aye, I can't tell when everyone is saying aye and who hasn't. So I had Linda down as a no vote when she said she voted aye for adjournment. So in the future, could we please go through individually so I can record
Sure.
votes? Thank you.
Okay, do you think, Lee, do you think anybody ever votes no to adjourn the meeting?
Well, I wouldn't think so, but,
But
I'm
you
trying
can't
to
make
be
that
accurate.
assumption.
Actually, you don't have to do it anymore, do you?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about that one anymore.
That's
Okay,
true.
so I'll call the vote. Linda,
Yes.
Beth,
Yes.
Megan,
Yes.
Art,
Yes.
I vote yes too. Okay, so that was for June 1st. So any others?
Well, I wasn't here the 26th, so I have to abstain from that one. The
Uh,
19th. of
Yeah, but I
May.
think we're going to move them all to next week.
Okay.
With the promise to read them line by line.
Yes, I agree. Okay, so if we're done with agenda item 8, I'm going to move to 9, which is future board meetings. Bill, why don't you recap what we've told you to put on next week's board meeting? Next week's agenda.
And I think there probably will be some emails separate from what I'm about to say, and that's fine. Up till noon tomorrow, if you have something to email to me, please do that. I think, Megan, you have some Parks Committee things you're going to email to me. Christy, the way we've been doing this third meeting is we only put things on the agenda that the committees ask for or the board specifically requests. So if you have some management items other than payment of invoices, we always put that on there because there's always an invoice or two that's being corrected or something. If you have other items, you need to go ahead and get it to us tomorrow. I heard some discussion today about some items, and then I guess we got around most of those. But we don't put a full, standing item manager report on there. We just pretty much put the bookkeeper approval of checks unless asked. Now I do have on there for you prior, I think either you or Mackenzie requested review of memorandum for district billing audit performed by third party hired by Infomark. We do have that on there right now in the draft. And so if there are other specific management items you want to put on there, let me know. We talked tonight about the delinquencies and cutoffs and payment plans. Do you think I should put that on next week's agenda based on the discussion or wait till next month?
Being that the bills are gonna be delinquent in July, I think we should probably address that at the next week's meeting so that we're all on the same page.
I
Next,
agree.
next
I
week,
agree.
Yeah,
next week?
yeah,
Yes,
at the
Okay.
next.
Okay, so,
Because Christy, what I'm interested in understanding is how many accounts that do we have that have got serious delinquencies that have not set up a payment plan?
Yes,
And,
I'll
you know,
have all that information.
okay.
so we'll put that on for next week. And if you think of something else, Christy, that we should put on there, you're going to talk about specifically, let me know. But that's what I have for the manager's report.
So was the reason for having 2 meetings to shorten the meetings?
Yes.
I know what you're gonna say.
You see,
Don't
you
say
see
what
how
you're thinking.
you see how well it's working. Here we are, 10:30, but it actually will work in the long run once we get a rhythm going, because each meeting now has a different character. The DRC meeting's supposed to be mostly DRC. The regular meeting's supposed to be your bookkeepers and managers report and Herb's report, and then other things that might be urgent. Approval of minutes is always on there. And then the third meeting's really supposed to be where committees bring things forward that are ready for action. But so far, it's not been perfect system because there's always some carryover, just like tonight. Hey, we didn't get to this, let's do it next week. But yes, we're up to 3 meetings, sometimes 4 if we have special. But if we continue the process of kind of categorizing the meetings, they actually in the long run probably will be shorter overall. Because we were having 6-hour meetings.
7-hour meetings.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I think the longest was 6.5.
4.5.
Yeah.
But we've also had some recently that were an hour or less. So-
Yes, exactly.
That's true.
Yes,
That's
yes.
true.
And it is possible.
Yeah,
Yes.
Christy missed that hour meeting. She would've liked it. Okay, so let me tell you what I have, and I don't know if I miss anything that I state today before, send me an email, me and Allison tomorrow. So the board approved us taking the minutes, so next meeting Allison will be taking the minutes. That's not an agenda item, but I just want to alert that because that means that Lee won't have to take the minutes next week. And I guess you're happy about that probably, Lee, right?
Trust me, I will find her other things to do. Trust me.
Okay, all right. Okay, going back to agenda items. We're going to add something from the discussion about the roll-off dumpster being presented from Waste Management at the office. Put that on there, so if you need to discuss about it, I think you can just request it under your contract. I'm going to add security committee on patrol options, so we can talk about that if there's anything new to talk about. We're going to put the policy regarding single-family residential use restrictions and the property use at Beach Nut Trace in Anderson West Section 6 pursuant to our discussion on Monday. Catherine had requested that we put on a request for qualifications for a general counsel because that's still pending. We always put minutes on there and future board meetings, scope and agenda like we have been doing. Under Parks Committee, I still have, and Megan and Beth can tell me to take it off, replacement of plants and trees, district property and right of way, which were damaged by the storm, and trimming of trees on district property, proposal by arborist. It's kind of a carryover from last month, so I still have that on. Let's see. Linda has submitted a list which she submitted orally and previously in writing at the last meeting, and I have that list. So Linda's list was 87th legislative session update, what bills specific to the MUD passed. Legislative update, if it's on the agenda for next week, I should be able to provide a fairly comprehensive one. We're working on it now. Linda requested standardized professional letters for deed restriction enforcement, website inaccuracies and misleading information, outstanding communication policy violations status, and contractors, consultants withholding public records status on outstanding requests. And a few other ones, I think. For the budget committee, we're going to put the budget committee report and the annual budget on there so they can at least talk about it. Let's see.
This doesn't sound like a short third meeting.
No, it's not. So I think that's all my notes. If we mention something and I forgot to put it on there, please let me know via email. But we have very limited time to get this out the door and approved and posted. So if I didn't mention your item and you want it on there, please send an email.
Bill, does that mean we are not going to get a draft agenda to look at prior to the deadline for submission?
Yeah, it's really, we'll try to. It's really, really hard to do that. And I'll tell you why. Tomorrow we'll get the items, we'll craft the draft agenda, and then we have to run it by Catherine, and we really need to post it tomorrow. The latest we can legally post is Friday, and we start getting backed into that deadline. And just for example, this past Friday, I was very, very close getting it on the website. Ryan got it on, it was like almost 6 p.m. Friday night before we got it on. And so I don't know if I'll have time to circulate what would be the actual complete draft. So that's why I'm asking you to submit it. I mean, the draft goes to Catherine for sure. And you know, if we have time after Catherine looks at it, we could send it out and say, this is what we have that's going to be posted. Is there something missing?
Okay. So
really hard to do the draft circulation.
Yeah.
So tell me what time I should be expecting your email with the draft.
Well, we're giving people till noon.
Okay.
So after lunch, Allison will probably be contacting you.
Okay. Okay. I will be on the lookout for it then.
Yeah,
So
I
that
know
we-
it's a difficult process. I mean, Catherine works, and you know the timing is really tight. But if we can send something out that right before we post it to give people one more chance to look at it, we will.
Okay.
Well, the only reason that I ask is because I have sent so many lists for agenda items that never make it to the agenda. And unless you send me a draft, I don't know what I'm looking at. I don't know if anything I've sent previously is being considered or not.
Well, Linda, everything you send is being considered, but it doesn't make it on the agenda unless Catherine approves it.
I know, and she doesn't often do that, or hasn't recently. And so my list keeps growing bigger because it doesn't change the fact that they need to be discussed in a public meeting. So I don't want to keep sending you lists if the items are going to make the agenda, or I can just have one huge list that I send you every single month, and I'll start crossing things off when Catherine allows them on the agenda. I could do that too.
Yeah, either way is fine. They're all being considered.
Yeah. Okay. So does anybody else have anything else to add to that, to this section?
One thing I would like to add, although I'm telling you right now that Wednesday's meeting is looking pretty long, so
yeah,
I'm willing to cut something off if I need to. But Bill, I would like you to be prepared to recap the 2-hour meeting you and Catherine had with Bob Heath, special counsel, regarding the director's access to records. I don't want you to take 2 hours to tell me about that meeting. I want a recap of that meeting. I think all directors should know what was discussed.
Okay. And I guess if Catherine approves the agenda item, I'll be happy to talk about it next week. But the short version is that after that conversation, the memorandum was prepared and distributed to all the directors. So the memorandum represents the the substance of that conversation. That was the purpose of that conversation.
I appreciate that. It took 2 hours to get to that memo, so that's really why I'm curious.
Yeah, well, some things take a little longer to discuss. That's all.
Okay. That's all I had for that.
Okay, so I think,
Before you say goodbye,
okay.
Christy, did you get my email?
I have several of them.
Okay, I just sent you one to show you that 132 doors were
Yep,
tagged.
I've already sent it to Houston to confirm. I think it must be a typo.
Check the months prior, you'll see it. It's been happening.
Yeah, but I can tell you what's happening in the field is we're not hanging tags. So they may be producing them, but we're not hanging them.
Okay, so the report is incorrect?
Possibly, I'm verifying.
Let me know.
I will.
Okay, so agenda item 10, adjournment.
Catherine.
Oh, yeah.
Catherine. Can I confirm who's going to the case conference so I can make sure that everybody is signed up?
Oh, yeah, I'm so glad that you brought that up. I'm going. Beth, you're going.
Yes, I'm going.
Megan? No?
No, it's the week before the kids go back to school, and that's just gonna be hectic.
Gotcha. Art?
I'm not going. That is my major budget week and I cannot miss the
Linda?
work.
I am not going. I already have travel plans.
All right. Well, Catherine and Beth, I will sign you up and I'll see you on the beach.
Before
Okay.
you go though, Christy, I do have one. Wait, I know we're really gonna go. This is it. I noticed on the AWBD site, and I know that you're a member there. Lewis is still out there with representing the WTCMUD1. So if there's something you can do to remove that reference to this mud, that would be very helpful. And I'm not
I will be on my way to that conference in the morning.
perfect. And I don't know that he can represent a Texas area.
He is not anymore. He is resigned. They've changed it, but I believe they have to vote on it this weekend.
I see. Okay. Well, then it'll disappear on its own then, right?
Yes, it will.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, we
Mention-
ready for agenda item 10?
Yes.
Okay, I need somebody to adjourn the meeting.
I move so.
Okay, I will second it. And for Lee, we will do it one at a time. Linda,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Megan,
Yes.
Art.
Yes.
I vote yes too. There you go, Lee.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right, guys.